Hey guys, how's everyone doing? Hello. Ooh, Math, is that a new profile picture that I see there? How you doing, man? How's everyone going? Everybody have a good time? Oh my god, it's been so busy. It's been very hard staying on top of everything. Hey, it's been so hard. But we're doing it. We're doing it. We're getting through it all. We're getting on top of life, finding some time for streaming. Yay. That's the most important thing right now. Gotta get doing that. Oh, it's the thing I want to do most, but it's the hardest thing to I got so many other priorities. How's everyone going? Who we got? We've got Burlap, Vegas. I see Matt there with his sick new display picture, of course. And Goldie. It wouldn't be a stream without you, man. How you been? How you been? It's been a minute. I'm sorry I haven't been more regular, guys. Hello, 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 hello. It's nice to see y'all. It's good to hang out. How is everybody doing? It's been a while since a stream, I know. I did stream a couple of days back, but it's really not enough. It's really not enough. I need to be locked in and doing more, but lots of things have been happening, guys. Lots have been, like, behind the scenes, it's been, like, some good social stuff. Hanging out and playing games with some good friends recently was really good. That took up all of, what was it, Saturday? Yeah, and then Sunday was trying to get on top of some work, and today's been a big work day again. And then Friday was that amazing, Lufu event that she threw together, launching her awesome drink. It's, oh man, I should have grabbed some of that before the stream. Had something nice to sip on. And also, because I'm a little tiny bit of product placement, maybe. A little bit of that as well. But day's been okay. You've got work tomorrow, Math? Yeah, it has been a little while too. You're right, Math. It's good to hear that you're good too, Goldie. Good to hear that you're good too. Okay, hold on. I've been crunching some numbers, and maybe that's a good place to start our stream today. Let me see. You can see I'm actually, if I'm flashbanging myself, I'm probably going to be flashbanging you guys. How can I dark mode this before I think there is a way to do it. Nah, there's no dark mode. So maybe I just don't full screen it and make it little so that it's not quite so flashbangy. Alright, there we go. Hold on. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. So get ready for the sunglasses. Good to see you, Jess. How you doing? How you doing? How's everyone going? I'm sorry it's been so long. It's good to see you too, Jess. It's good to see you in the chat as well. Okay, so here we go. This is what I was throwing this together before the stream, just quickly, from all of the... You're doing good? Thanks, man. Thanks. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so. I didn't get a lot of, I don't know. Today was a whirlwind. Didn't get to, warm up and prep for the day properly as I usually would. I usually have a whole routine with, where I do, scrub stuff on my... Fast got me some, skincare stuff, and I usually do that. I didn't do any of that today. Kind of just, went straight into the day. But, okay. So, if you guys remember, if you recall, we spent the start of our subathon with some predictions. You guys remember, we made some predictions about swear words, but mostly we just made some predictions about words that we were going to say. So I've taken the time to go through that, and essentially we remember you guys have the we did the little command. We went prediction. What was it? Yeah, it was so not speech, but it was chat. You guys went prediction. So all these predictions came up. Predict, and we had a whole bunch of different results for that. So what I've actually done is gone and collated it all And here's the results, guys. So here's the results for the predictions that you all had for the stream. And so, very clever in first place. Well, Danish suggestion was Subathon. Subathon came in with 26 predictions. We had Iliad saying the word happy. Happy came in at 47 predictions. We had Fizz predicting the word awesome. I did actually search it with the proper spelling. That came in at 55 predictions. We had Crazy thinking birthday would get said. That did actually get said a lot, considering this didn't come up like any other times. But birthday came up 65 times. Stray predicted we would say Goldie. Goldie, we actually said your name 159 times throughout the stream. 159 times. We said your name nearly as often as we said the word thanks. How crazy is that? We actually said it absolutely freaking heaps, right? Isn't that pretty crazy? Yeah, it's you're hoping for some inspections soon in the next couple of weeks. I hope to find something. Hold on. What's happening here, math? Let's see. Going to have to vacate the house I'm currently in. Dude, that sucks. In mid-October. Because it's about to be demolished. Demolitioned. I was going to say demolitioned, but that's not a thing, and that's not what you wrote. It's going to be demolished. You're currently looking for a new house to live in. Dude, that's annoying. That's really annoying, math. But, you know, these changes, they're often for the better, as inconvenient as they can be. Often, you know, these changes wind up for the best. Is not technically, well, I don't know. Perhaps it is a word. But in any case, it was predicted. And it came up. So the other excellent predictions were, okay, hold on. This was somebody had predict with, it was the word okay. That was Goldie's prediction, actually. Hold on. So Goldie's prediction was okay. Very, very smart prediction. So that one comes in second. Eightfold predicted really, which I think was very clever as well. And then I don't know if we get Seal coming around very often. It's like WCKD Steel 43 predicted and I don't know if we're going to allow that in, but interestingly, I think I say this way too much. Apparently, I say this word like a lot. Like twice as much as the second most guessed thing from Eightfold. I don't know. What do you guys think? Quick vote in the 669 math. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Quick poll. Let's see if this works inside of Chatterino. No, it doesn't. That's annoying. Hold on. Quick poll to see if you guys actually want... do you want to... Quick poll is... The question is... accepted. It should be accepted. Yes or no? Let's do a quick 2-minute poll. So somebody cast the vote. I find it interesting that it came up that much. So let's see what you guys think. Goldie, yeah, it's all good. That's all good math. I got it. I just had to open up a new client in order to do it. It's exactly, Jess. Like I could see a good argument for why it should be considered a word. I feel like it could be. Could classify as a word, but I'm gonna leave it to you guys to decide as to whether it is or it isn't. You can vote. Everyone can vote, Goldie. You get a vote, of course. I think what you said was a very smart prediction. It was a very clever one. It could be a word. It could also be an interjection. Injection? Yeah, interjection. But I don't know. I reckon Goldie gets the vote. That's only fair. But yeah, so let's see how this poll comes out. I feel like, I don't know if I should vote. Maybe I will. Nah, I'm not going to weigh in. But I'll leave it to you guys to decide. But the plan, guys, is I'm going to keep this on record. This is going to be the first of potentially a new style of game. And I'm also going to like do a bit of a thing for the subathon to like, you know, immortalize all of the like people who donated throughout the event. And, you know, we've got a lot of follow-up tasks to do. I've got a lot of work to do with, you know, there was a few really big donations, the 200 donation from, you know, from Nacho. That's one big one. I really have to go and put something. Okay, the poll ended and it came up with no. That means you love a good tie. Yeah, well, we didn't tie. We came up 56%, just only by the skin of its teeth did it get rejected. So I don't know if Wicked Steals, is that how you say it? Wicked Steel is around, but it seems like Goldie had his prediction come through with okay. But yeah, that was a really, really good prediction. Let's see. Boo, chat sucks. Ban all of chat. Look, yeah, fair enough, Voodoo. How you doing, by the way, Voodoo? It's really good to see you. We aren't FAS or devs chat. I mean, there's a good overlap. The stats show me that there's a really strong overlap between this chat and the chat for FAS and dev. You're doing good. I'm good too, Voodoo. Yeah, life is busy and fairly stressful, but it's turns out I know you better than I thought. Yeah, you're not wrong. Sly, every time we mention it, every damn time. But yeah, okay, so these were the results. I think this is a kind of a fun game. This might be a nice way to warm up stream. Can you imagine just like creating a little program that lets us like put predictions for words throughout the stream, and then like the end screen, instead of just like having a flat end screen, we can always just go do a prediction. But well done, Goldie. Can I get some Goldies in the chat and some claps for Goldie there with his prediction? That was really, really clever. And like won by a large margin too. So well done on that one, Goldie. Yeah, now we have 2 Goldies that we can put in the chat, guys. We have 2 Goldies. We can put the goldfish and we can put the typing Goldie. That's that's a win. That's a win right there. So yeah, that was fun. I think I'll close this out now. My plan for today, guys, for this stream, I'd like to finish off the dev feeder project, because we came pretty damn close to that. And all we really need to do for that is like put a little bit of polish on the front end. And so, yeah, you can see from the title, it isn't just it is a carryover from the last stream, but also it's it's what I plan to do today. I really would like to get that finished off. So it's on the cusp of being done. Exactly. It really is. It's not far off at all. So I'm going to fire up Ryder. I'm going to give that a run. We can have a look at where the code was at and take it from there. I think it'll be a good little. I think hopefully we can get it to the point where it's finished enough to just like put on dev stream, because let's be real, most of it is done. It's responding to subs. I think the other thing that could cause us to take a little bit more time than we did, that we would otherwise, is making it respond to bits. I think that bits thing could be a reason to slow it down. And we could also want to trigger some other things potentially, but I'm not sure exactly what they are. I think for now the pop-up message should be enough, but we had a good little testing mechanism that we wrote in last time. We'll need to pull that out because I don't want to leave that around forever. either that or we'll have to write it into our, we'll have to write it into the system. Like here we have our bits thing. We'll have to write a separate thing into the system for testing on that front end. But let's give it a run for a start and take it from there, because I think, yeah, that can fire Zen up. We can have a look at it actually functioning. Do I have an idea? Oh, right. Damn, I just caught myself. With, I caught myself doing that again, accidentally running, like reading the stream elements again. But, okay, so this is where we're at with it. I think, where would be the right place to jump in? We could start handling bits. We have our test sub, I think. Yeah, I feel as though like pulling that out might be good. The configuration might be the next place to start too, really. Just like jumping in and getting those settings working, and probably even like working through a persistence layer might be a good thing to do as well. So, all right, we've got our dispenser page, we've got our dispenser config. What else have we got in here? We've got this like handle feed clicked event. Now this is the test sub method, which we know we're going to get rid of. Yeah, talking to my bot, I know, right, Jess? It's could be, you know, I've just changed my chat interface. I'm now using Chatterino, because if I switch to my chat, it does this. Because so often I'll be talking to chat and, you know, I won't be directly addressing anyone, and then, you know, I'll be able to turn back. But like this way, at least with a new program, I can switch to Chatterino, I can talk to you guys, I can address messages, I can address messages directly, and then I can swap back to my program. But damn you, Haxa. Yo, Jess, thank you so much for the raid, Jess. That's amazing. How you doing? Oh wow, look at that. I've got worms. Well, this is gonna be a big stream suddenly, isn't it? Man, I need to get on and stream more often. Was this Sly again? Was this Sly bringing you all across? Thank you so much. Did everybody vote on the poll to get Fass and Jess to do a collab? I really want to see that one happen, guys. So let me see if I can quickly just go through my messages and find the poll link for that, because I'm gonna post that in chat. If Goldie, I don't know if you already have that handy, but I would yes, I got it. Hold on. Copy this link. And where are we? Oh man, that's the wrong thing. Here we go. Copy this link. Let me just... All right, here we go. Can I get you all, if you want to see a collab between Jess and Fass, go ahead to that link and go check it out. What we're doing today, guys, we are picking up where we left off on the dev feeder. So, Devalik, a housemate of mine, she has a really cool community who likes to tease her a little bit. And I thought, how can we do some really cool technology integrated thing to make, to make it easier for that to happen? And basically what I've done is set it up so that, when somebody subs to dev or to anybody running the program, that essentially at that time it spits out some at this point in time M&Ms. So it's going to be dispensing some M&Ms whenever people sub, and we're going to brand it a little. We're going to make a logo for it today. And I'm going to print that off and stick it on the thing just to make her stream a little more interesting. That might actually be a great place to start as well. So we're going to make a logo for the DevFeeder 9000. Right, Freedom? It's a delicious plan. I like the plan a lot. But okay, it's happening. It's the collab is happening, Jess. That's amazing. So the poll is finished, and I hope I contributed to making that happen. I hope I really like threw my weight in there and got my community to rally behind the collab, because ever since you first rated me, Jess, I've been following you on socials, and I have to say your stuff is hilarious. I really enjoy it. You're a great content creator, and I really, really appreciate that. So thank you for the raid again, yet again. That's absolutely awesome of you. And I really, really appreciate it. I can't wait to see the collab between you guys, because, you know, with Fass's sense of humor and your sense of humor, I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. It's going to be really, really, really fun. So that's awesome, guys. So I'm gonna drop a shout out here to Jess. Shout out. I mean, you all see her here in the chat. Big shout out to Jess. We love her stuff here. So go and give her a follow if you haven't already, guys. But yeah, and stay tuned, because there'll be a collab happening in no time between Jess and Fass. I can't wait to see that. That's going to be hilarious. That's going to be so good. All right, shall I catch you guys up with what we're actually doing here? So let me see. So we're working on, you can see it here in the chat, actually. If I jump across the chat, you're going to be seeing my, you're going to be seeing this swear jar here. So if I were to swear on stream, I've already done it 3 times, apparently. So for instance, fuck, shit, you're all adults, you follow Jess's content, she can be a little cheeky sometimes, so I can even go like, cunt, that kind of thing. There you go. So it's like, it's detecting what I'm saying, and it's going like, bad Seb, you shouldn't swear, put some coins in the swear jar. And so yeah, it's automatically doing this for me. This is what we're writing. So that's what this code's for here. But that's just one of the projects. Another one that we've been doing here is this, what did I call it? Dispenser? Yeah, dispenser. So, let's see. I need to get my, actually, maybe I can relocate this thing. I'm trying to think how to do this. It's off to the side here right now, but that's the next thing is this. If I get a sub right now, what's going to happen is it's going to trigger this, it's going to trigger code to run, and it's going to make a pet feeder spit out some candy. Seb looks too pure to say that word. Yep, well, there it is. It's in the swear jar. It's in the swear jar now, so proof it happened. It's but yeah, okay, so what we're doing right now is, if we run this, I really need to set up something to connect to my I need to stream my camera to the computer. Let's see if I can do that. Actually, I'm pretty sure in the cooking stream we have something to do that. Let me just sort this out really quickly so you guys can see what this thing actually does. Okay. I've been pretty cheeky with this, and I've just been using a, let's see. I've been using Google Meet to generate to generate a link, and then running that on my phone. Which is the silliest way to get a video from a camera onto stream. I know there's good tools for it, guys, but this will be a good way for me to demonstrate what's actually happening here in the room. So, yep, let's join that, and then here. Okay. So I've been cheeky too, guys, and I've actually been eating all of the candy in the feeder, which is not a good way to have a lot of candy around for demonstration purposes, but here we are anyway. Okay. Mute that so you don't hear me twice. Okay, so if a sub event happens, so if somebody subs to my channel, at the moment, because it's running on this, but eventually this is going to be Dev's channel. What you're going to see is this happening, guys. was one of those little scented things from in my room. So now my room's gonna smell delicious. It smells of caramel, but still unfortunate. Okay, so that's half the puzzle. The other half is this. So where's that other window? No, not that. There we go. Okay, feeder on the right. Are you seeing that? No, feeder on the right, and we've got our tester on the left. If I click test, this is gonna have a sub event that gets triggered. And in theory, just to pick up where we left off, we should see something appear at the top end of screen. And then, just like that, yeah, it dispenses our treats. So that's essentially it. You like candy? You like candy there, Blake? I like candy too. I hope Dev does. So that's what we've got going on now. That test, it's going to connect to, yeah, every time you finish your book, M&Ms, hold on. Just put like the M&M sticker on it. I actually think what would be hilarious to do might be like designing a logo. Right now, see how it has this text here that just says like Fresh Element Solo. I want to like make something with a similar font and then put it on a sticker and just have it say like DevFeeder 9000. That's my plan for this. I want it to read DevFeeder 9000 instead. 3D print a backlit dev logo. Look, low key, that would be sick, Sly. That would be slick, but do not eat directly from the feeder. I mean, to be fair, I failed that test. That's not as easy as it sounds. I filled that thing up to the brim. I had it to the brim with treats, and yeah, it was harder to resist than I realized, but. Yeah, so thanks for bringing your crew around, by the way, Jess. That's what we've been working on. That's where we're at on this thing. So yeah, it's coming along pretty well. It's at the point where, yeah, it's actually working. The biggest barrier we have right now to getting this thing shipped is like me eating all of the candy before it's done. But, you know, here we are. It's working really well. The last little step is, I think, well, the DevFeeder 9000, that's going to be a funny step that I want to do. And then the other thing is this little configuration page, right? So if you guys recall, let's see. I think this is the better way to do it. If in here I configure this to do something more, like the test button is useful, but I think we also might need to configure it with a whole bunch of other things to make this easier to use. So if we go dig through the code for a bit, check out the fact that I've got a lot of adjusting to do now that I've changed my scene up. Okay, we've got this these like configuration settings. So that's one thing that's going to be really important. This dispenser is going to have to, yeah, Freedom. We're doing some C# dev. I've got a whole GUI, exactly. Yeah. This like fits into a much bigger picture with a whole bunch of other stuff. So you may not even be realizing, but like, you know, your message down here and the chat that we were just looking at and all of it, it's all written kind of in C#, using a tech called Blazor. That lets you write C# for the web. And so, yeah, everything you're seeing here, we've basically coded ourselves in order to make it work. C# got a lot of material design stuff on GitHub, I see. Yeah, Blazor, I like Blazor a lot. I really like Blazor. Yeah, the whole thing, I think, is going to look really, really good. I can't wait to make it, you know, to finish making it work and get it launched. But I can see you're a dev too. If you're able to recognize the language just like that, you know the rest of the ecosystem. That's really cool, man. That's really cool. You've come to the right place. I see. I'm guessing Jess dropped you off as one of the raiders. And so yeah, you've raided into the right community, man. This is a place for you. But yeah, okay. So device. Must have been doing that at 2 a.m. Device. So we've got this configuration here. This configuration is basically, I want to create a thing on the GUI for every one of these settings. And then I want to have a save button, which is going to write those settings. And then every time a dispense event happens, instead of just returning an object directly from this method, I want to read it from a persistence layer. And then I want to use that data in order to populate the UI and actually populate the logic, which makes decisions about dispensing. So let's see, what else do we have here? So we've got our actual process execution stuff. Device, man, I really did make this typo in a couple of places. Device. And then, okay, here we go. So get dispenser configuration. Here's the feeder configuration. All of this stuff here. Yes, excellent. So, persistence layer might be the first step. Or maybe the front end. I think actually the front end might be better. And we're also going to have to manage state in the front end as well. So that's another step that we're going to have to introduce. Let's take this approach. I'll work from the front end back. So we'll go from the UI. Let's design that first. So here it is, the dispenser configuration. We've got our test dispense. And I guess that means we keep this method, which is, I don't know how I like it, but I mean, we can just make our own Twitch sub event here instead of deserializing the one that we wanted to recreate when Goldie was generous enough to give it a sub and it didn't trigger. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to make a new Twitch sub event, and in here, let's start filling in the values. So this is going to need to, I guess what we want to do here is probably use so if we hit test, I'm imagining what it needs to do is like save the configuration that's in this page. And then, okay, I assume you want to make the economy fairly equal. So one sub is worth $8.99 if you want to have the equivalent of bits. Yeah, you're not wrong, Goldie. Absolutely. Hey, how you doing, Sir Sergigurth? That's an interesting message. I don't know if I recognize that language. We deal with a lot of languages here, but I don't know that one. But I see you use 100 channel points to say it, so it must mean something. But okay, hold on. Can I request the Gigantify to be reduced to 10? I believe that's, I don't know if that's even possible. I don't know if that's possible, but I know that I can do this. So we're going to do that anyway while we're here. But yeah, I'm not 100% on whether you can change the value of those things. Maybe that's totally possible. But for the test dispense, I think the first thing to do, let's just like keep an instance to this Twitch sub event. So first, all the things that we need here. So we're going to make a view model. We're going to make it a class. It's going to be a Twitch sub event view model. And then all of the things that we see in our proper Twitch sub event, what I want to do is like move them into the view model. And actually, I'm going to undo this because that, that kind of works as it was right there. Okay, so let's see where we're at. So this state synchronization, this is where we're going to want to keep events in sync. This is going to be an important part of what we do today. This background service, I do want to definitely replace this string. So let's, for now, sub event JSON is going to be that. So we've got classification, we've got our gifter, we've got This is, remember we had that issue where the anonymous was coming through, Goldie? And I think it's because we're using value objects here. And this is one of the reasons that we want to use these view models instead of straight value objects. So let's see. We've got our number of months, number of subs. All right, that's the shape of the event. We really want to keep like this up on screen as we write our view model to make sure that we have all the things mapped across. Luckily, I think this like object could be, no, this isn't the right object. We want our configuration object, not our sub-event view model. So let's go have another quick look at that. Where was our configuration? It was in its own method. Somewhere here, feeder configuration. This is the one. This is what we're reconstructing. So, and we're doing that as a view model. In this case, everything in here could well be a view model. Like all of the types are so primitive that it's not going to be a real issue. But sometimes you've got things in your domain objects. That's what this is. It's something that lives in our domain. And then, okay, hold on. Are you going to hook up the swear jar to like, if every time you swear, you've got to eat a hot Cheeto? You know what? That's low-key a great idea, Freedom. I actually think that's really clever. That's a good one. That's a good one. We should do that. I mean, we totally could do that. That would be a trivial thing to do. Yeah, that'd be no trouble at all to make that work. But that's a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. We should put that on the backlog. Freedom, if you want to add that suggestion to the Discord, there's a whole channel just for ideas like that. It's a really good one. So there's the Basecore Discord, and then I would go in there. There's a, what's the name of the suggestions channel? Yeah, it's just called Suggestions. I'll link directly to it actually. So there's a link, so we can Discord. And then that's the channel. If you want to suggest that, that's a really good idea, Freedom. I actually quite like that. That might be a thing we circle back to. But yeah, okay, so now that we have that, we've got our dispenser page, our dispenser configuration, then there's the feeder configuration view model, and that's going to basically have all of these values. But they can... Actually, maybe we can just forego a view model entirely here and put these directly as properties into our view. So we've got a checkbox. So now we can just kind of go like one at a time and fill out each of these things. So minimum subs. That's going to be min subs. From there, we've got maximum subs. It's going to be max subs. The number of things dispensed per sub. Mud text. Dispense per sub. I mean, what if we just do call it units per sub? I think that could be something that like people might not have too much trouble understanding that. Is bind value going to work with integers instead of strings? I think probably yes. We'll have to confirm that. But I put how to change the Gigantify amount in Discord. All right, cool, Snolzy. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. Hold on. Whereabouts in the Discord so that I don't forget, and I'll definitely try and get around to it, Snolzy. Mod chat. Okay, good. That's not going to get lost. Though I don't get to the mod chat as often as I should. You should have a chat command, i.e. ! backlog, and this can add that text to a spreadsheet. Yeah, look, I like that idea, Sly. There are some really good, like, work with me type chats out there. Not chats, like streams out there where you can just like, You can have that whole thing where it's like, okay, do I, like everybody manages their own task list and people like mark their tasks done and stuff like that. And everybody celebrates together when work gets completed. I really like the idea of it. We should do something like that for our own stuff, just because we're halfway between it, right? I stay very active with chat, but at the same time, I am trying to like work on tasks. I actually really want to take a program that I've written. It's maybe the most sophisticated program. No, I wouldn't go that far, but it is one of the best programs I've written. And I want to like keep developing it here on stream. And it's actually like a project management tool, but yeah. Yeah, the Snalzy hug, all of the hugs. That's so good. Oh man, it's such a good emote too. I feel like we need to recreate that. We need to recreate that emote. That's another thing I want to do today is make our dev. We need to do a little bit of art, and I'll think we'll generate a new logo using AI today for the dev feeder. But yeah, I really want to do some more emotes because I have a new pipeline, guys. Between you and me, I'll be able to generate those animated emotes a lot easier than I have in the past. But okay, so all this sub stuff, I think we only want to bother with it if the sub checkbox is on, right? So if we're dispensing subs on subs, then we care about these values. Otherwise, we absolutely don't. So if we can check this first, we can go if dispense on subs, then we bother doing all this stuff. Otherwise, else, no else. Only if we dispense on subs. And then I do want a checkbox here. So that's a mud checkbox. Yeah. And then we're going to bind value for that checkbox to our dispense on subs. And then, yeah, if it dispenses on subs. Now, the same pattern, we're going to do exactly, like, basically the same thing, but for bits. And I think bits are a better mechanism for this thing, because, like, feeding people bits is... Subs are great and all, but you wouldn't believe, like, the cut that Twitch takes from bit donations, guys, compared to subs. It's, like, a big difference. Big difference. So, minimum bits, maximum bits goes in here. The units per bit goes in here. These become bits per bit. Units per bit. And I feel like that might be enough. I probably want to put this in, like, each in their own mud stack. Like that. And a test dispense can go at the bottom. Like this. That all goes in here. And then we make sure this is a row. And same thing here. Yeah, Goldie, the bit conversion I think is way better. Fast was telling me that, like, I don't know why more creators don't incentivize bits, because the amount that the creator gets to keep for bits is, like, really significant. But the split with subs is, like, only a little bit. And I guess it's because, like, Twitch turns off a whole bunch of stuff, like their, Twitch turns off their, ads and stuff for subs, but I don't know. I don't know exactly why they made the decision to do that, but here we are. Okay. Minimum, maximum. I think we also just need a save button. So, mud button. And that's going to be, actually, you know what? This whole thing, where is it? It's on a black background. Let's stick with the way that this is done in other places, right? So, in other places, for instance, our subs, if I go to our config page, table configuration, it's still a stack. Maybe not the configuration page, but the actual page itself. Yeah, it has mud container. and then it has mud paper. So mud container is going to be making this horizontally aligned. I think that's how it's handling that. And then mud paper is going to have, I think this, if we do mud paper, it's going to have footer. Let's have a quick look. No. Maybe it was, I might just go to our docs for this. So here we'll have a look at the footer. Bits cost the viewer up front. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not 100% versed on it all, Goldie, but I think you're totally right about it. The ratios are just way better. Way better. How cool was that, guys? Jess rating a second time, a third time, actually, if I think about it. We're gonna have to think of something really cool to do for her. Is anyone from her community still around? If there's anyone from her community that has a cool idea about maybe, yeah, right? I think it's you every time, Sly. Snolzy and Sly, it's you guys getting her to raid over here, which is so cool. So cool, you guys. Can you guys think of, and Julo as well, right. Can you guys think of anything that we could do to collab with Jess to say thanks for all the awesome support she's been giving us? You just like to support good people. Sly, you've been a huge support. All of you have. If you're the people that keep getting her to raid, if we get some other cool people from her community hanging out here more often, Freedom seems to know his stuff, right? He really seems to know his the guy's a developer for sure. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Is it the swear jar? The innocent and untamed Jess? I've seen enough of her content now to know that those what are they? Adjectives? Those words may not necessarily describe Jess completely faithfully. It's possible. She's got a heart of gold. No, that I can tell. That's for sure. Okay, so let's see. I think we want the docs for mud paper. Because the paper has a footer. Does it have a footer? No, maybe it's card. Mud card? Yeah, that's the one. So this has mud card actions. That's its footer. So, to circle back to where we were, we've got our dispenser. We're going to put that in a mud card. And then this is going to have mud card actions. Mud card actions, excellent. And then there we'll have our button. And then the button is going to have... This is where our save button goes, essentially. We'll have test dispense, and we're also going to have save. There's our test dispense. One more of these for... let's have a look, because I feel as though I've seen this with, buttons on the left alignment and right alignment. Oh, that's very annoying. Is it a card that I'm thinking of? I think it probably is. I don't see anything else here that it could be. Let's just see how this looks when we do it and take it from there. So there's the actions, but there's also the mod card content that can go in here. Mod card content. I met Seb as the innocent, right? Okay, yeah, that makes sense, Nolsey. And innocent and untamed. Yeah, I'm probably the more innocent in that dynamic there for sure. That's a good question, Blake. I'm really looking forward to meeting a lot of people at PAX. PAX is going to be a huge event for me this year. Sly, that's the most perfect emote for the topic of discussion. How did... is that actually her in the emote too? It is, isn't it? Man, that's hilarious. That's so funny. You will be about if you look up. Hold on. Right. Okay, so where were we? Mudcard content. Let me take these two things. Maybe I don't need to horizontally stack them, but let's just give this a run and see how it all looks, and we'll take it from there. Because it's unlikely I got this right first time. I think also I can put mud content here. Container? No. Yeah, mud container. And then I'll break that here. I think the mud container is going to center the content by default. So that might get us where we need to go. So let's give this a run. Also means I'm going to have to start making this UI break, unfortunately. Here we go. Let's break it all. Can all go to heck. The top right, we've got a big element here because the feeder has its notifications on. Right. Yep. I think before this goes on dev stream, in case it ever does break, I want to make it look a little bit like... I think I need to do something to hide all the content, but... Okay, that can run again. You might be at PAX. If you look for the guy, the quite shy guy in the corner. Okay. Nothing wrong with being a shy guy. I too can be known to shy from time to time. Okay, there we go. Well, that's working quite nicely. All right, those values are all coming through as zeros. Of course they are, because they're not initialized to anything. So let's see. You sit on a throne of lies? What are you talking about, Sly? I mean, you are the royal Sly, so there is a throne for sure, but... Yo, Fizz, how you doing? Can I get some fizzes in the chat, guys? Good to see you, Fizz. How have you been? Oh, hold on. Fizz was part of the... Fizz had votes, didn't he? In our, let's see. Did Fizz have votes? Yes, he did. Check it out, Fizz. Here's the results from the guesses that we had during the subathon. So you guessed the word awesome, and thank you, Julo. Thank you for the 1 month. I really appreciate that. Look at that! Did you hear it, guys? It spat out treats. It spat out treats, guys. I didn't even think of that. Oh, it spat out treats. Oh man, that's hilarious. Did you all hear it? Snack time. Thank you. Thank you, Julo, for the snacks. Much appreciated. Yay. It worked. I have to be careful with them, guys. There's only a few left. I've eaten all the snacks. I shouldn't have, but I did. Thank you for the snacks, Jill. I really appreciate that. That's so good. Oh, I kind of feel like I need a okay, hold on. We can do that. You kind of need the thing on screen I need to, when we set this up, let's have a think about this. Let's go see Dev's. Is Dev streaming right now? I think she is, isn't she? So hold on. Let's go have a think about where this could actually sit in Dev's. What about to the side there? Like right here. So if we were to put it like here, where her pot plant is, or maybe to the side of her pot plant, that could totally work. Yeah. Yeah, it's huge. That emote looks so good when gigantified. I love that emote. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, but look, this needs to sit somewhere where you can always see it go off when bits like subs get done. If somebody subs, we want to see the thing like activate too. So maybe we could do something more interesting with it. Did she just run someone over? Just like killed some innocent civilian? I don't know what game she's playing, but we need to put this somewhere on stream. So there is actually like, there is a location where it needs to be in reach, and it needs to be visible so that when subs happen, that can happen. So I have to have a word with her about maybe like shifting the pot plant across and putting it there. But ultimately it's going to be up to her where she puts it, guys. But yeah, that was amazing. Thank you for the sub. It was so cool to see it activate the feeder. That's so awesome. I love that. I love that, guys. All right, so here we go. Okay, so we've got these two checkboxes. I think we almost need two sections. So let's have a mud heading and a horizontal line here. I think this is a mud divider. Mud divider to split it up. And I think we're going to make this watch run, if I can get that to work, because now it's a bit of like front end design stuff. So where are we? Watch run there. Excellent. Make her Death Star blink. Hansblah, I'm like, if Dev wants to get behind it, I want to make her room go disco mode when like so if she gets into like a hype train situation, what I would like to do with her stream is make it just like activate a smoke machine. I'd like it to turn on disco lights. I'd like to like get her Death Star doing cool things. I definitely think the Death Star blinking is like a really, really cool angle. I'd love to do that. But yeah, we're going to have to think about it. We're going to have to think about exactly what we do. Okay, it wasn't feeder, dispenser. That's what we call it. Okay, we've got two lines now. So let's go check out the API for our checkbox. What was it called? Mud checkbox. Maybe it's forms and inputs. Checkbox. There it is. Okay. So label. Yeah, okay. That's all we need. We just need label. This label is going to be subs. Dispense on subs. And then another label for bits. Bits. Let's go have a look at the UI. Believe that's there. Dispense on subs. If I check that. I mean, I don't like that it has this like, the way that these actually work is kind of like terrible. But I think I'm misusing it. Maybe this needs to be label as well. Yeah, it does. No wonder it was going wrong. Label. Label, label. Let's have a look. Does it hot reload? I hope it does. Would make our life so much easier if it did. Yeah, blinking Death Star is a really good idea, Hansbler. I don't know if you guys just should suggest that to Dev for sure. I'd be down to do it. I'd be down to make it happen. But we need her permission. We need her permission for that one. But go suggest it in our chat and see if she's keen for it. Maybe we'll try and like finish early, raid her, and like open a bit of a dialogue about it, because could definitely work. Could definitely work. All right, this needs a bit of UI UX design because it's kind of terrible as it stands. Row is not better. I know that one for sure. But even now, it's a bit too... Like, should we center it? Probably we should max width the whole thing, right? The mud card style, max width, like 200 pixels? Is that too little? Let's have a look. Yeah, that's way too little. 400. And refresh now. No. I mean, that hot reload isn't that hot, is it? It's really not hot at all. We can also give it a bit of margin, 20 pixel margin or something, just to give it room to breathe. Border instead of margin, because it seems to only be doing that on the sides. I want it to go all around. I think I got that right. I think it should have been, because we've got margin top and stuff, right? And then this might have the ability to justify. Nah. Mud divider, no. Mud stack, and then justify. Center. And then align. No, we don't need to align items at all. Yo, how you doing, Ish? Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Okay, hold on. Is this up to date? I feel like it needed a refresh. It's Mafia. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I've ever played Mafia before. That's pretty cool, though. All right. Bits. Dispense on bits. Dispense on subs. Where's that horizontal line? I'm pretty sure that still should be in the UI, but I'm not seeing it. There it is. Mud divider. Okay, let me have a quick think about what is happening on this page, because there's mud card, there's mud stack. There's something happening here where that's the mud paper. Then this is going to be our stack. And then there's our card, right? So if this is our mud stack, why is there a background on it? Mud stack shouldn't have a background. This should just affect layout without affecting aesthetics. And there's another curious thing happening here where, you know, it must be happening on the page. Yeah, that's what it is. There's paper here. This is what happened. Of course, that's going to be a problem. Yep. I mean, and it's a fair point. I probably should have, like, this layout should be happening at a higher level, not within this component. So, yeah. So, future me, I concede you had it right. Sorry, past me had it right. This can now justify the content center. And you know what? It doesn't even need to be paper. I'm pretty sure this can just be a mud stack. Justify content to center. And then while that reruns, let's go have a look here. Yeah, it's good to see you, Hish. How you been? The Death Star blinking is a good idea, and Spla. I think the we can probably do it with like a like if I go into that room and I flick the power switch on and off and it turns the lights on and off, then the obvious solution is to do something like we just did for the pet feeder. But instead of doing it with the, instead of making it work with the, the pet feeder, we do it with the lights. So yeah. Fizz, you set up a savings account for PAX. Let's see how I go. Dude, Fizz, that's awesome, man. I really, I have a lot of respect for somebody who can like set those, who's disciplined with their saving and with their money. It's so easy to just like not watch it. There's a really good quote I heard once where it said like, what was it? Money's a cruel mistress. If you don't pay close attention to her, she'll leave you for someone who does. And it's really true. You've got to watch your money a lot if you want to do, if you don't want it to just like up and leave. And it can do it. It'll do it. It'll too. If you're not careful, it'll do that to you. So it's really good that you're like being deliberate and saving for it. That's really cool, Fizz. I hope you hit your savings goals. There's two ways. You can do it and plug it in the lights, the Wi-Fi controller, and just go into the Wi-Fi controller, or you can get Wi-Fi globes and hack them. Yeah. Though I think the lights themselves are in the Death Star. Those are like Lego bits, right? They're the actual Lego components. And so, yeah, if that's the case, then it's probably going to be best to... Yeah, it's probably going to be best to go through like at the power level, because it'll be hard to find like Lego compatible light bulbs. But the smart globes is a good idea. It's a really good idea. Okay, where are we at? This mud container, I want to check the API for this and see what it does. So container might have a way to like, okay. Right. This has like a max width thing. We make it fixed. It'll snap to the closest breakpoint. I think this might be what we want in this instance. And then do we even want that? I think it's going to be doing our justifying for us, right? At that point. Let's just let it run, have a look. Whenever it's done. Okay. And then if I make it 100%, then hopefully... Nah, that's not worked. I'm tempted to not go with this and just go mod stack, style, width, 100%, justify content center, align items center, and then also I guess we need height to 100%, width, and then feels wrong to be doing this though. I think we need like at some point we're gonna have to go and like make a page layout. A big part of it is going to be like how we route and do things, so somebody can use this as a web page down the line as well. So there we go. So justify and align. Let's go have a read a mud stack again. There it is, stack. This is basically flex. Let's go with... Let me even just like see what GPT thinks of this. I haven't had a lot of time to work with 5 yet, which I'm quite excited about doing. So we'll have a shot at doing that. Yo, I see some Dollies in the chat. Is that Dolly? How you doing, Dolly? Good to see you. How you been? Rowie, make it do a flip. Oh, man. One of these days, I've got to just like go away and work real hard for a year at like doing backflips and then come on stream and then, you know, it'll be, someone will be like, do a flip. And I'll be like, all right, you know what? I am going to do a flip. I'm just going to go do a backflip. I'm good, Dolly. How you doing? It's good to see you. Do them non-stop. Fizz, I know you of all people want to see the backflip. So I could see it happening. Maybe. Yeah, no, it's Lucario who would be the most happy for sure. He asks for a flip every time he joins the stream. Every damn time. It's crazy, actually, how much that person wants to see a backflip. That's no doubt. All right, where are we at? We've got dispense on subs, dispense on bits. We've got test, dispense. I think, let's see how much GPT-5 knows of mud GUI. I think we can just even do that here. With mud, oh, hello. It's using the wrong microphone, I think. Microphone. Oh, look at that. Smart enough to know all 3. Elgato, yes. Okay. But it's not working. Testing. That seems to have not worked. All right. That's fine. Using Mud Blazer, I want to align a element in the center of the page. What's the best approach for this? Oh, I'm really good, Dolly. I got an amazing message from I actually messaged Nacho today, but I didn't hear back from him, so I didn't want to bother him. But I got an amazing email in my inbox, and holy crap, guys, I'm gonna have to like. He continues to go above and beyond. I don't even know if I should like what to do with it. I don't know if I should announce the ridiculous thing that happened or not, but I'm just like, Dolly, it's I don't know how to deal with Nacho. He breaks me every time with what he does. But I'm gonna speak with him first, figure out what, you know, how to even handle this entire situation, and then we'll have a proper freak out on stream about it. But it's You're hungover, Dolly? That sounds like you've been having a good time. You're back in Tasmania? How was your Melbourne trip, by the way? Did you have a great time while you were here? I really hope you did. I had the best time when we hung out. Yeah, let's see. Okay. The man's too busy. Yeah, he definitely is a busy person. You'll never hear back from him. No, but fair enough. But I need to get him on the line. I really, really just need to do that for sure. For sure. You were never hungover, right? Okay, hold on. You're not hungover, no. Okay. You're tired from Beanie. Oh, I misread. Sorry, Dolly. Okay. But how was your trip? Was Melbourne absolutely amazing? I hope you had the best time. I hope you liked it here. I can't wait till you all are back here and it's like PAX and stuff. That would be so good. It's, look, Penny, Nacho is a huge supporter. I mean, look at that. Look at that craziness. And that's just in recent times. Penny. That's just in recent times. I'm like, and like, look, not just him, all of y'all are crazy supporters. I'm so freaking blessed with this stream. I need to find more time for it. I really do, because the support you all give me, it's nuts. It's so good. Okay, what's on the agenda today? We are asking a question to GBD. We are trying to figure out if I want to use the Mud Blazer library to center an element both horizontally and vertically on a page, how should I do so? What's going on with it today? It might have the wrong microphone. Yeah, that's gonna do it. Let's have another shot. If I want to center an element on a page both horizontally and vertically using Mud Blazer, how do I do so? There we go. And it worked. Okay. Fortress smelled like pee. Ah. Fortress is like, look, as a person who, the best thing in Brisbane is Netherworld. That's the best thing in Brisbane for games. And Fortress is 10 times that. So it sucks that it smells like pee, because that place I find to be such a great place to support the games industry. It's an incredible spot. So it's, but yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Rowie, dude, can we get a moment to just appreciate how cool Rowie's freaking display picture is? It's such a nice thing. That's really cool illustration, dude. But yeah, I mean, unfortunate that it is a little bit standard. Not like nightclubs, they're hard. They're a difficult place to keep clean, I suppose. I've never been to the Sydney Fortress, actually, Penny. I don't know why, but I've never really been there. I bought a lot of drinks then. I mean, that's a good thing. Spreading the love like that. It's, let's see. You can thank Sam for that piece. Right. Yep. No surprise there. That's really, really cool. That's really cool. We had a chat about it all. I never went to the FastFee meetup. Souls, how can you not be at a FastFee meetup? I'll be at as many FastFee meetups as Yo, it's Beanie! We were just talking about you, Beanie. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the chat. It's awesome that you can make it. We were just talking about how how Dolly was tired from keeping up with you. How are you? Good to see you again. There was a FastFee meetup. When, Sly? Like, next one I'm there. Just you wait. The next, I bet she'll do one at PAX. That'll be awesome. I'm helping her work on some cool stuff right now. Some community stuff. It's really good to she's finally opening up a little bit, guys, and I think she's letting me carry the burden of her work a little bit. Not that I'm not also a super busy person, but like sometimes, you know, she's getting better at like delegating. That's the thing. She's getting a little bit better at delegating, and I have to just make it so that like she so that it goes well, because if she delegates and it goes badly, then it's not gonna, you know, that's not ideal. I mean, look at this. It's basically suggesting, guys, that we just use CSS. It's using a set custom CSS class. I think there's like just better systems for doing this, and I don't know what they are exactly, but I mean, whatever. I mean, we could just do the CSS approach because we know how to do it, but this is what like justify and align was supposed to do, right? Stack is basically flex. Justify, center, align, center, and then height is, I mean, 100. This is a fair point. 100 view height. That might be the solution. That might be just what we're looking for to get this to go. See if it refreshes, and any minute. Please, please, please. Okay. Let's just go check out. Oh, there we go. There we go. Not bad. Not bad. I can get in that. That's progress. Let's go have a look at this. The max width, the border. Why is it not centered though? So here we are. Okay, what's going on there? Why does it think that that's the height here is 100, the width is 100? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm stupid. I'm silly. This needs to be view width, not view height. That's going to fix it. That's going to fix it. Now we'll have a nice centered element as soon as this reloads. There we go. Cool. That's looking better. I mean, I'm tempted to put these two things side by side, so they expand that way instead of dividing them that way. But like, maybe this is enough for what dev wants. And then, you know, test dispense, good. We'll put another button on the right side. And we're going to call that one save settings, save configuration. And we're going to handle save configuration. And that means these two are done. Private void handle save config dispenser dot update config. Actually, should we? No, we shouldn't be doing this here, and we shouldn't be doing that there either. This needs to be dispatched, because that's the model we're using in this solution. But for now, let's just do it like this. We'll do it like that. Update config. It's our background server. So one more here, one more method. Update config, and then this should have a Twitch. What was it called? We're reading config here. Get dispenser config. It's gonna be a feeder configuration. So yeah, okay, cool. Update config, new feeder configuration, and then essentially here we're going to map everything across. So I want to do that as a static method. Dot map from. Do I even want to do that? Let's just map it all across here. Import type, message. We still need fields for that. We don't have them yet. So I guess we didn't do everything we needed to yet. We really should have that other object up for reference. Dispense on subs is going to be dispense on subs. Our dispense on bits is going to be dispense on bits. We're going to have the min subs. Min subs is min subs. Max subs is max subs. Then we've got min bits is min bits. Min subs is min subs. Sorry, min bits. Max bits. What am I saying? I don't like it when errors come up like this. This is a bad thing about hot reload here. Min bits, max bits. That's the joy of doing it live, isn't it, guys? And then we also just need to add that parameter. There we go. That could go there. All right, let's catch up on chat. All right, sorry guys. Sorry, that took a minute. Okay, hold on. So, all right, I have the messages that we were at last. Spoke to heaps of people, Dolly, at PAX? Okay. we were sitting around the table playing cards and watching your stream on TV. You're referring to like a stream at PAX, Beanie? I'm guessing. Sorry, I need to catch up on messages, guys. I look forward to seeing you at the next FastV meetup. You're going to need better internet speeds, please and thank you. Rowie, you should probably speak to, you should probably, well, I don't think Dolly is officially employed by a company that can help you with that, but she does know many people who can help you out with that. So you're in good company. But you think you probably know that, don't you, Rowie? That's, okay, hold on. How you doing, Will? It's good to see you. You have a very good but evil plan for the dispenser? Will, tell me more. Tell me more. What's the plan? What do we need to know? It's Sly. I mean, you can do that. You can do that. I think if I'm not mistaken, well, Jess, whose name isn't Jess, is looking at making her own channel. I think she wants to stream as well. She's going to try and get into it, guys. So if we're all interested, in checking it out, where is it? Hold on. So not a viewer code. I mean, nothing to see here yet, but nah, look, as soon as she's got a little bit more going on there, I'll link it. But I think she wants to start streaming too, guys. So low key, you might be seeing some more of Rach when she gets her own streaming thing off. You know, I think she wants to do some more of that. She enjoyed hanging out with you guys and on the stream so much last time. She decided she wanted to do that. So, okay, hold up. I do believe your YouTube title might be a little bit off. Okay, I'm so bad at doing that. Yeah, it is. It totally is. That's not good. I wish they would just keep them in sync. It would be so much easier if that... At this point, guys, I don't even know if YouTube is worth the trouble. It's so much effort to manage two things at the same time that... I'm sure there's a good tool out there that synchronizes it all, but at the same time, it's just a hassle. Too much pee in the public pool. Welcome to our ool. You'll notice there's no pee in it, and we'd like to keep it that way. That was on a sign at my local pool when I was growing up. I thought that was so funny. As a kid, that was the funniest thing ever. I was like, that's not how you spell pool. It's missing a P. And then you're like, oh, of course. Beanie, Nacho, Sam, and I are all... Oh, you're all watching the stream on TV right now. That's so sick. I had the best time hanging out with all of you guys, Dolly. It was so cool to see everybody. I can't wait. Can we do something like that again when PAX comes around? It would be really good. Next time, hopefully Fast will be able to come. But the thing is, it gets so hectically busy. It goes so hectically busy around PAX time. I feel like we're going to have to twist our arm to make it happen. But we can do it. We can do it. For sure, we can make it happen. It's, yes, of course, okay, I'm super keen. But, you guys were so generous and everything. I would rather just, make it a less formal thing and just, get some drinks one night or... I don't know. You guys aren't really tuned into the games industry quite as much as, for me, PAX is a very big, it's not just a content creation event, it's a games industry event. And so... there's some really cool events that if you guys wanted to tag along to, I was even talking to Nacho about the Agdas and maybe attending the Agdas and introducing him to some of the other games industry people. That would be a really cool thing if you guys wanted to go to that event. It's pretty freaking awesome. But yeah, the feed bowl hooked up to a taser. Jesus, crazy. Living up to your name with that suggestion. It's, So what? The idea is you tempt her in with delicious treats, and then when she goes to grab them, it's electrified. That's cruel. That's too far. We're trying. The reason we're doing the feeder bowl, the whole the pet feeder, is because it's nice. It's going to be nice for Dev. It's gonna be nice for her instead of mean. We don't want to be mean. Okay. So, the theory is, Dev does something good, she gets a treat. We can rig up a prank, and when she does something good, the whole thing just empties out. Not just one. Like, will dub, yes, absolutely. If Dev configures this where she says something like, you know, maybe she's silly about it and she doesn't put enough subs in the thing, so she'll say something like 10 subs for, 10 subs per 10 treats. And then if you guys go and drop like 30 subs, it might just like overflow the bowl. It absolutely would do that, Will. So you can prank her and just like overfeed Dev by triggering it to like, yeah, if somebody decides to go and do a nacho on her stream, the whole thing will just like overflow, and there'll be M&Ms running all over the floor like there was on my stream when I was testing it, but for real. So yeah. Okay, yeah. So Dolly's keen for hanging out at PAX. I'm really keen for that. It's yeah, all right. Hanging out, looking forward to it. I love PAX meeting people. Yeah, I can't wait to meet so many people from the stream here. Goldie, I may have asked too, Seb. Hold on, what are you referring to there, Goldie? What did you ask? What did I miss? It does seem unkind, right, Penny? That's too much. That's just not... You don't want to be doing that to poor Dev. You can do it. Yeah, we can do it. Hold on. What can we do, Psych? This is the problem with me, like, getting locked in for a minute. I miss so many messages. And then I want to read every message to make sure I'm all up to date, but... Yeah. You asked Dolly about going to the Agdas? Nice, Goldie. Yeah, man. That's like... If you're going to be there, I'm going to be at the Agdas for sure. That's going to be quite the night. I don't think, I don't think for the first time we haven't worked on any games that are up for nomination. We didn't put On Point in just because it was like, it was unclear if we would have it launched in time. But anyway, Will, you'll start getting that 200 gift sub bomb ready. Yeah, look, Will, if you do a 200 gift sub bomb when the dev feeder is running, you are just gonna it is gonna overflow the thing. I'm fairly confident. We did that in testing already, and it just went crazy. So yeah, it's but that's something that we have to queue up in this. So what I want it to do is definitely confirm that if you put 200 in, then it does 10 times 10, because it seemed like 10 was the minimum units to dispense, and so that'll be the way to make it really definitely overflow. September is just around the corner. Oh man, there's so many different reasons to celebrate subs and stuff. September seems like a new one. I don't know a huge amount, but Snolzy, maybe I could come to just like Fastest community meetup and then do my own community meetup, but I don't know if I'm big enough content creator to really have my own like community meetup at PAX the way that they give you the way that PAX does, at least. We can do our own low-key thing at like Boat Builders or something. I mean, that could be cool. She'll be right. You're right, Will. Discounted subs. Okay, that's cool, Penny. I didn't even know about that. See, I'm still new at this whole thing. I still got a long way to go. Just combined with Fast. Pretty sure Kaz will tag along too. Hell yeah. I can always use another excuse to hang out with Kaz. That's always fun. It's always a good time. I always enjoy that person's company. Okay, so where are we? Update config. This is going to be to do. Update the configuration. All right, so with that, we're going to have dispenser update config. And we're going to map all the values across from the user interface into our configuration. So she is good value. She's really good value. More and more, she's been like, the projects she does, guys, I don't know. I'm so impressed by it. The kind of stuff we're doing here, like she did her own, she did her own version of this exact project that we're doing, guys. You know how little time it took her to? She was pretty onto it. It was really, really quick. I mean, we're doing a fairly different thing with like, configuration settings and trying to do this like, the engineering here is a completely different approach, but at the end of the day, for you know, for what Kaz needed to do. She just wanted it to connect to her treat thing. And like step one of this long process was enough for what she was trying to do. The fact that she got that done in so little time, she's a very, very impressive person. I think she should be doing more like data science and like programming type content on her stream. And hopefully she can find an audience there. Snolzy, if Nacho is at PAX, there is no way I am not going to make a lot of effort to it won't be a bump into him type of a thing. It'll be I need to shake that man's hand. I need to shake that man's hand in person and give him a like I met Dolly and all those people. They're all huggers. I'm a hugger. There'll be hugs involved. It's yeah. Okay. She reminds me of a younger me. You mean, Sly, you're saying that, oh, thank you. What a name. BP Oil Spill just followed. Thank you, BP Oil Spill. That's, that's a funny name, man. Yo, Sam Media, how you doing? Good to see you back in the chat. Yeah, I mean, hugs are, you know, when a person, you know, I feel like I'm making some real friends here on the stream, and it's like I feel like PAX is going to be a good chance to meet lots of people. So, Vegas, do you know BP, or is this just like a generic emote? Because that name is hilarious. I think that's such a funny name, man. It's okay, so we've got a test button, we've got a save config button. The save config button is going to have to connect to this handle save config method. So handle save config then should... He's from Ali's stream. Cool. I think a lot of people are saying that Ali would love to try the swear jar. That's another thing, guys, is I need to just... The swear jar... Like, you can tell it's kind of just working. It's kind of just working, but it's too far behind is my problem with it. You can see it now. See, it's like 2 or 3 seconds behind what I'm saying. That's my issue with it. I really want it to work more quickly. Yo, Armando, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a minute. How have you been? I'm sorry I haven't streamed so much lately. I know I really need to be more regular with a stream schedule. This is one thing Oasis was saying to me. Oasis was like, yo, you have to get a regular stream schedule going. You just have to be like predictable and then like set goals for yourself and then stick to them. And then, you know, whatever else is happening in life, you make sure. Because when I set goals for myself, I tend to hit them. And at the moment, like, I really want to stream a lot more. But at the same time, I'm trying to balance running a company. I'm trying to balance like having a life. It's hard, man. It can be hard, but it's all important stuff. But I think this stream is giving me so much purpose, so I really need to do that. But okay, yeah, BP just followed Snolzy, but I'm guessing So he's an alley person. That's cool. I just got a full body workout in, about to shower, contemplating doing a cold plunge. Armando, you're speaking my language, man. That all sounds like such good, like really healthy stuff. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, the only thing we're missing now from the UI is a dispense message. So here we go. So public string dispense message. That did not auto scene change. Dispense message get set. Okay. Dispense on subs. Hold on, there it is. Dispense message is going to be our dispense message here. Okay. So then there's our subs, there's our bits. And from there, I also need... So let's have a look. Let's have a think about where this fits into our UI. maybe I don't need the word config there. Save. Just save. And then this can go like, maybe this has to be like min width. Nah, let's keep it at max for now. And then we can justify space between here to separate these, hopefully. That should push the save across to the right. Yeah, good. And then we might also use some like secondary colors to get this working right. It's imagine having a life. Look, surprisingly, how to explain it? Look, there's a particular person I'm really enjoying spending, you know, time outside of like being home and working and hanging out with Fast and stuff. There are people here that I'm really enjoying spending time with. The gym thing, that's really awesome. Hanging out with Oasis and Ova, that's so good. All of the social events that Oasis plans and like that people do, it's really, really good. It's really good. I'm enjoying doing all of that. And then I'm enjoying playing games with friends. You know, that's like my life for the longest time when running my company was just like work, nonstop for like 9 years. So, you know, more and more I'm finding the move to Melbourne is better for that balance. I've never had that balance in my life. Like almost like literally since I started my company, I've worked nonstop for the last 8 years. And being in Melbourne is like giving me opportunities to do things other than just working all the time. And on one hand, I feel really guilty about it because I'm just like in such a bad habit of working constantly. Same as Fast. But yeah, it's really, really good. I am finding I feel like, despite the anxiety of like, you know, not being as productive as I was before, I am feeling like way better just in general. Okay, so let's put these two things. Should we put them left, like side by side, instead of, I mean, here's our stack. Let's see. Yeah, we'll put one more stack here. And then that can go row. So by making this row, it's going to put things like horizontally. So that means if I chuck all of this inside of it, it's going to lay out like left to right. And that's just like a Flexbox thing. If you guys have done CSS before, you'll, I don't know if we have a vertical divider. Oh, yes, we do. So then a vertical divider. Let's see if it actually goes and refreshes. We might need to get rid of this. Yay, okay. I'm not seeing this vertical divider. But I don't like how that looks now. Like, how weird is that? But let's just try with a label above it and then see, because that might be the way to actually get this to go. So, mud input, mud text field? Yeah, let's go mud text. You've got me wanting to move to Australia. Armando, it's like... I don't know, it's nice here. I feel like Melbourne is more like a place in Europe than anywhere else in Australia that I've been. Though I imagine, like, you know, probably we've got like Dolly freezing down in Tasmania going like, you have no freaking idea what, you know, what European weather is like up there in Melbourne. But at the same time, like, I've lived on the Gold Coast most of my life. So it's like, if, you know, that's a nice, really tropical place. Down here in Melbourne, I think the thing that's really cool is the culture and the people. I'm just loving the people who are around here. Getting to know people, like, you know, it's a lot of content creators, honestly. I think Fast's friends are starting to become my friends a little bit, which is awesome. And I've got making my own friends outside of the content creation stuff, but like a lot of it is content creator people who are really, really cool. So, mud input field. Mud text field, I think, is the one that we want. And then we can bind the text to this message, dispense message. And then we had a little algorithm, if you guys remember, that like converted our, it's just like a string substitution algorithm that converted our, so what was it doing? It was converting this message into text for our snack bar. And so what I want to do is let people know what their snack bar is going to look like once they dispense this as part of their test. So I'll probably have another little preview here underneath this. But for now, that can probably just go like this. And we should give it a default value that makes sense. But yeah, that's probably a good place to start. So where is our actual mud text field? Because that should be displaying above this. And it's refreshed now. Do I need to rerun it? I hope I don't. That would be annoying. Label. Let's give it a label and see if it shows up. This is our... dispense message. Does it refresh? Thank you guys. Thank you, Crazy, for the bless you. Hello, Sergius. Good to see you. How you doing? Armando, you live in Florida. Okay, the theme parks. Right. That's like, is that like Disneyland and stuff? I think that's Florida, right? I just, honestly, I don't know. The Gold Coast, where I grew up, is kind of like the Florida of Australia in terms of theme parks. It's got a place called Movie World. It's got a place called Wet and Wild. It's got a place called Dream World. It's got all these really, really cool places. Thank you, Armando, for the bless you. Okay, Disney World and Universal. Right. Yep. Well, that's cool. Those are cool spots. Okay, where is this element? Could it be that there's no text in there? What if we just like initialize this with the default value? This is text. Oh, that goes in a different thing. There it goes. And this should be up the top, honestly. I think like consistency in the layout of our data so that it's predictable in terms of like where we go to find it. Okay. Why doesn't it like that? That should be working fine. Okay. That's so weird. Where is it? Oh, and why has it got an error? The type cannot be inferred. It's a text field. Why do I need to tell it its type? T equals string? That seems silly. Any minute. Okay, that's loaded. And there it is, dispense message. Dispense on bits, dispense on subs, minimum bits, minimum. Okay, let's give this some smart defaults. And then we need to initialize those from the config. So, smart defaults to begin with. So, that's going to be, I guess, false. Maybe it shouldn't dispense it all until somebody says to. That makes sense, right? Yes. Min subs is 10. Max subs is maybe like 200. That's probably going to like empty the whole thing, right? Units per sub is going to be, I mean, What these default settings are probably things we actually need to consider pretty carefully. Yo, Burlap, you heading to bed? I will enjoy the rest of my stream. Absolutely. It's good to see you. It was really good to have you in the stream. Thanks for hanging out, man. Sorry it took me so long to do a stream. It's great to have you here. Thanks so much for being there and sticking around. I'll see you next time. I'm really going to try and like get a stream schedule up soon, guys, so that you can have a good sense of what I'm up to and when I'll be doing stuff, and you know, I'll even be trying to plan what I'm getting done on stream as well, so you guys can make smart decisions about whether you want to tune in and see stuff. So it was good to see you, dude. Sorry it took me so long. I'll catch you again sometime soon, eh? Have a good night. Okay. So, units per sub. So, I think 1 is probably good, right? Because if we think about this, if somebody gives 10 subs, and they have to give at least 10 subs to activate the feeder, then it's going to be 1 unit per sub. So 10 subs, it's going to be like 10 units. We know that it, I think we even need to like make this thing require 10 subs. At the moment, it requires at least 10 subs to activate the feeder, right? But maybe we can, like, units per sub, maybe we want to hide this from people, right? No, we don't, because this kind of like lets you adjust the value of the currency. So if you say 10 subs at 1 unit per sub, when they give 10 subs, it's going to dispense 10 units. So that, yeah, this kind of does work. This kind of does work. All of this kind of needs to be designed around the fact that we know that if we tell it to dispense less than 10, it just dispenses nothing. We kind of came up with that in our testing, so we need to account for that. But let's keep that in mind as we move forward. So mud text field binds its value to dispense text message. This is test. Yeah, there we go. So by default it does nothing, but we know that this message here this one contains the substitutions that we want to do. So let's make this our smart default. If I refresh, okay. Now we want to display a preview of our message when it does our substitutions, right? That's the next thing to do. So let's go have a look at in our MudBlazer stuff. We want to go to components. We want to see. I think it might be something like. I mean, it's not called card, is it? There's something that like you use to highlight text. It might even just be paper. Where is it? Paper? Yeah. No, paper is supposed to like sit over something else, but maybe we just go with like outline paper and we put the paper over the paper. Yo dog, heard you like paper. So we put some paper in your paper so you can read while you read. If I mud stack this here, then those two will lay out above one another. And then this means here we can do a little dispense message in mud text. Mud text, call that dispense message. Actually, is that here? Is that like a value or a text? No, it just goes in here. Variant is what we want though. Typography will make it like heading 4, something still big but small. Dispense message goes in there. Okay. Oh my god, that's so much. That's so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. Okay, this is not going to be H4. This is going to be maybe caption. caption seems to have made no difference. Okay, not caption then. Unless it's just not doing what it says it's doing. Subtitle. That feels like it should be small. Okay, that's way too small. Subtitle 2. Refresh, and it's one thing I don't like about the hot reload is you don't know how long. Also, this padding is too big. I think we want like 2 padding and 1 margin. Not even that. I guess we don't want. Yeah, that's probably better. Okay, now this needs to be parsed properly. So let's go have a look at when this message is called from. There is something that uses this. Here it is. So I think here, parse user message. Probably, I don't think this should live on the background service. I think, although I don't often put behavior into the model, this might be an instance where we want to be able to like get this everywhere. So string get config get parsed config message. Are we gonna have everything that we need? No, we don't. Dang it. So background service is actually where it's got all of its context. Maybe. See, the issue here is if I give it the, like, I could make the Gifter work independently of. Gifter isn't a part of the config, but everything else seems to be, right? So. All right, this might have been a mistake when I wrote it initially too, especially if how much of this is coming from all right. My question was, before I got lost in thought there, was how much of this information is coming from the configuration and how much is coming from the actual sub event. I think I just, what I don't want to do is copy and paste this code from place to place, because then as I need to work, if I find myself changing the way that one happens, the other one might break. And so it's better to try and capture this behavior. So I think what I'll do is from my front end, since I'm already going to be doing interaction between the front end and the this dispenser, like that background service, I think what I can just do here is, since it's a static method, I can just call it like this. So right here, when we're rendering it, I can go background service dot, and then call that method. Why isn't it coming up? If it's static, if it truly is static, it should be appearing. So here it is. It's private though. It needs to be public. And now we can parse it. And should it have a parameter? Surely it should. Config.message. So this config needs to be, I suppose it needs to be a string, right? And that becomes message. And then config goes out of here, and then it's just message. And now both things can call this. So config.message becomes a parameter. And then also that means dispense message can be used here as that second parameter, though I think even it's an argument to say that it should be the first. So Gifter. So it's going to be username.from from gifter. It's going to be the first parameter. And I think all of this, because it's getting a little bit long, I just want to be able to put this in one method and then call that. So get method. So it's going to be get dispense message. And from there, we can create a local method and then throw everything in here. And that's going to return our string. It's going to return the string, but the behavior of like actually implementing that is going to come from our static method. That just gets our logic away from the rest of the logic of the system, like the presentation logic. And then if somebody wants to know exactly how it does it, they can go look down at this method down the bottom. So the third one was bits. I mean, these are just going to be like 1,000 bits or 100 subs. No, 10 subs is more realistic. Total units is going to be units per sub times. I mean, this is annoying here actually. We've got like, maybe we should separate this out into a bits message and a bits message and a subs message as well. What's going on with my music? Ah, I see. All right, let's get this all sorted because my UI is exploding because I'm halfway through a refactor. Okay. Units per sub times subs. We'll just do 10 for now. That'll probably do the trick. Okay. Let's let this thing rerun. Alright, changing visibility of methods requires rerunning it, which is why it's all freaking out. So let's do a rerun. Okay, here we go. Any minute. Okay, that's kind of working, but oh my, isn't that a big looking number? Now what's going on with chat? No, that's all fine. Okay. Okay, and now that lets us say, do things like, if this becomes a, you can do like that. Now we can see gifter donated. I mean, okay. We want to probably we need to separate this out into two methods essentially. We shouldn't be handling these both in the same place anyway. That's the mistake here. So we can fix that. We can separate these out. So this is going to be get subs, dispense message. This is going to be pause user subs message. And then this one goes out of it. And then we're going to have another one that basically copies the behavior of this method and then, yeah. And this is going to be a bits message. I mean, this whole thing was a good excuse to, yeah, this is another, it was a very good excuse to implement our bits logic. I think we can do some really cool stuff with bits, but that's another thing that we'll have to implement is we'll have to do a bit of code to get bits functioning, not just subs. Okay, so subs is no longer a part of this one. And then, I mean, we've got some like basic one here, which is the user message. I think probably there's going to have 3 and we'll call down. We'll keep calling down the stack. So yeah, definitely we'll do it like that. So one is just going to be parse the user units message. Then that has no bits and no subs. And then these can pass that down. So they don't need to deal with this one or this one anymore. They can just deal with the bits or the subs. In fact, one more here. Bits message. And then subs can go from this. But the thing we have to do to make this all work is this is our subs one. Subs calls that. That is going to have to call this message first with our message. Yes. And now the rest of the stuff comes through as well. So gifter, then message, then that might be all we actually need there. Gifter, message, total units. Gifter, message, and then total units is it's this one. Subs message, sorry, this is bits message, isn't it? No, it should be subs. So that can go here. And that means this one doesn't need subs because it's bits. I don't really like having 3 very close variants of a method in a class like this, but whatever, especially static ones like this. But now at least we have it nice and separated out. But definitely we'll need that here. So that means we did actually need the gifter and the total units. So reintroducing those. Gifter, message, total units. There. Bits, not so much. This doesn't feel great to have written like this, but here we are. Doesn't need perfection, just needs function. All right, awesome. Let's let this all refresh. And now our UI should actually be, if it finishes loading, yes it does. Well, there was an error in there. There's an error in there. Reminds me that there's a bear in there. Is that working? Obviously not. Look at it all going crazy here. Okay, there. It's saying there's no overload. Okay, and it's right too. Gifter, message. Gifter, message, number of subscriptions. That's what we actually needed there. All right, cool. Now hopefully it runs again. Still saying that. No, that's the last error. Oof. Lots of errors on screen, guys. Dispenser config had the error this time. Dispenser config 88. No, it seems like it's mistaken. It should actually finish compiling this time. No, it's still saying it's wrong, but I'm gonna kill it, run it again manually. And waiting to file. Okay. Dispenser config. So it's not even that. It's this method. Right. There we go. There we go. So this is going to be parse subs per message. That means this becomes our 10. This goes. So that's units per sub times, and our fictitious sub amount here is 10. That's going to be better. Goldie, you're watching there in anticipation. All right. Wait for it. It's all going to come back to life. This is the problem with developing on your own stream, as you're in the middle of... Okay, so if we dispense on subs, then I want to show the preview for subs. If we dispense on bits, I want to show the preview for bits. Now that it's white again, it might actually make sense to... support two separate messages, potentially. Could be two separate messages that do the trick here. I have a new profile pic. Show me more. Show me more, Goldie. Hold on, let me refresh this. Yo! There it was! Give me one more message, Goldie, and we'll see it. I hope it features an illustrious beard. Yo! That's actually sick. That's so cool. Hey, that's sick, man. I like it. I like it a lot. That's really cool. That's really cool. I like it looks like a bit like one of those prison uniforms. But it's not. It's like an orange hoodie. That's sick, man. You can thank Mr. GPT for that. That's sick. Yeah, I really like it, man. I really like it. We're gonna have to update your other, like, this Goldie thing is gonna have to be orange to have that updated hoodie. That's sick. It's Fast's merch hoodies. Nice. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. I don't even have that. That thing's limited edition, man. That's so cool. Very neat. Yeah, that's cool, man. And I like that I have, like, the tool that I've made, that this chat has created a place where people's, like, expression can kind of, like, where people can self-express, where their profile pictures actually get a little bit of, like, visibility. That's cool. You're wearing yours right now as well, Penny? That's sick. That's so cool. I can't believe the strength of the community that she's built. It's really something else. It's really something else. It's so good. That's really good. Okay, I'm noticing this. Have a look at this, guys. I'm noticing that as we... Notice how it keeps having these check marks that pop up on screen? Those ones? They're like popping up all over the different elements. It's because what's happening is .NET Watch is noticing changes in the database files, which are getting updated every time, like, I say something or something gets written by chat, and that's causing the whole thing to recompile and, like, re-render. So that's going to be, like, if we keep developing long term using Watch Run, that's going to be a problem. But for now, it's just burning CPU cycles. It shouldn't otherwise be burning. But that's, I guess, it's a problem with the design of the system that we're working with here, right? We're kind of just like working within the constraints that we have. We could maybe, I mean, what could we do? We could exclude those files from watch run in some particular way, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it to do that. All right, so what do you think? Should it be possible to have two messages, a message for bits and a message for subs? Or should we make one system that handles both? We can tell it to dispense on either, but yeah, I don't know. Gifter donated 10. We need to have something that substitutes this. So we need like test amounts here as well. Dev gets, units per sub, yeah. Units per sub could be something like, see if we do this, see how it's going to update our text automatically? Maybe this should just like sit down the bottom instead of up the top. Because then it really connects the fact that like all of these values five, 1, minimum of 20. Yeah, okay. That's a thought. That's a thought. So maybe this can be just like the minimum subs. Min subs. Units per sub times min subs. 10. 2. We have to put some limits in that. So this is minimum subs. We can go min value. No, what was it? Mud text field might have some constraints that prevent us from doing this right. Probably one system that handles both. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right, Goldie. I think that might be the way to handle it. And then this can actually go down below all of this, but above our, like that. If this goes down there, then like fiddling with these values, you'll see where it actually comes, you know. Yeah, and then, but the thing is, like, how do you then visualize each of these different, so it'd be like 1,000 units per sub, like that. Like these values should now be changing this text as well, right? So yeah, I think we need a system that handles these a little bit like independently. So maybe like a sub donation message and a bit donation message. Dispense on subs, dispense on bits. One system that handles both would be neater in that like dispense message. How do I want to do this? I mean, we definitely want some margin on the top here. start with the obvious things we know we need, and take it from there. Units per bit, it's going to be like 100 as a default. Probably want some smart defaults here as well. Units per bit is 100. Minimum bits is 1000. 1000. Maximum bits is going to be something ridiculous like that. And then maybe we just connect this whole thing to subs only so that we can... Though I think we do want a way to like be substituting the bits here. So maybe the mistake was actually a mistake to combine these two. I think centralizing them might actually make more sense if I think it through. I mean, another thing we need to just do is start unifying the way that these appear. So putting a header in this is going to be a good first step there as well. So that's going to be part of this dispenser config. We're using our Mudcard content. This also supports a Mudcard header, I think. Yeah, header. And this can be a mud text with a variant of... Is it a variant? No. Typography is H6. This can be our dispenser configuration. Let's see it appear at the top here. Dispenser configuration, excellent. Now the white space here is awkward. That's probably fine, right? I don't like this system supporting both of them. I think, although you're right, Goldie, you're right about it needing to be something that handles both cases. I think we need to probably either unify them and stop trying to worry about like Okay, those defaults are coming through. Either I stop worrying about trying to unify them, or I only try and treat one at a time. So I go like, if dispense on subs is on, then use your demonstration with sub values instead of bit values. Otherwise, use the bit values. But yeah, I'm not 100% on how to handle that. Okay. So we've got subs, units per sub. All right, this stuff taking too long to consider all these options. I just need to move fast with it, honestly. So let's get some momentum. So dispense message. Let's just do another one. And then this can be get bits dispense message. Sometimes just action is better than like thinking about it, and then you can fix it later. Very similar pattern here, but we're going to use our bits. This is going to be min bits. Units per bit times min bits. And then also we are going to want to replace bits with empty strings in subs message. And same for subs and bits. Yeah, I think that might be the way to go with this. Okay, so with that, we can also then put a... I only want to like render the message if the thing is on. So we can wrap this. If dispense on subs, then we're going to do the subs thing. And only if dispense on bits. Do we do this? All right, cool. Should I include in this parser something like that? So that'd be like, yeah, okay, bits. That might be a way to go. What do you guys think? Should I include the currency like along with the message or not? So the difference is gifted donated 1,000 bits. Yeah, I think we do actually include this. So see how it says like, yeah, 10 subs. Yeah, I think we include it, right? Oh my God, 1,000 M&Ms. Yeah, I think so too. Good. I'm with, yeah, we're on the same page then, Goldie. All right, this might actually, units per bit. Units per bit times min bits. So units per bit has a crazy high default value. It's going to be like, units per bit is going to have to be a fraction, right? Because if 100 bits, we're going to need like a float here. Yeah, I think a float. Because this is going to be like 0.1. 0.01. A long Duffy, I don't know how many you want to be dispensing, but that's a lot of dispensing. That's a lot of dispensing right there, friend. That's a lot of M&Ms. I feel like one thing which is cool that we can do with this, guys, I realized when I was going through the code for it that we actually might have the ability to read out how full the feeder is. So as you dispense like things, as you give her subs, the fullness of the feeder is going to go down, and it might actually be really cool to show that on a heads-up display somehow. And then if people do like, it could be like subs fill up the feeder and then bits dispense the treats. What about that? And then it's going to be Dev's job to like put things into the, like put M&Ms into the feeder on stream when she gets subs or something, just to keep it full when it gets empty. I don't know. Can think about it. Okay. This method now is going to need floats. So this needs to be rounded. So we've got the float times the int. Round to, how do we round this? So let's see. I think we're just going to do it like this. not worry about the rounding too much. YouTube comment. Oh my god. Thank you, Goldie. I don't even have the YouTube messages up because they're so rare. They're few and far between. Let me see. Hold on. Where are we? It's not even showing up in the YouTubes. It's not showing up there. What the heck? Where's my YouTube chats? Oh, man. I did a thing, guys. Do you want to... I'm going to show you a trick. I'm going to show everybody a thing that I do to stay focused on my bad days. Alright, check it out. So when I have bad days, I have, like, one of my vices, probably my biggest vice in life. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I don't do any of that other stuff. But what I tend to do is when I'm feeling stressed, the way I de-stress is I go to YouTube and I watch things. And somehow I'll find myself feeling a moment of stress, and without even thinking about it, I've jumped onto YouTube and I've gone to the YouTube page and I'm clicking a thing and I'm watching YouTube shorts, and then in a moment, in the blink of an eye, the next hour of my life disappears. Don't know how it happens, but it happens all the time. Hello, Trade. How you doing? Trade Speak, it's good to see you, man. I don't know that you've ever been here before. Welcome, man. Welcome. Yeah, I am indeed a fragile human being, and my attention is also fragile and flippant, and it will, like, you guys even have the freaking... Can I get some, like, some Kaz freaking chipmunks in the chat? It's like, I'm like, ooh, chipmunk, completely distracted, right? And so the way that I deal with this is I do this. And it's a really cool trick. If you've ever seen, like, so you can go like Notepad, but if you run Notepad as administrator, so I can't do it from here, so I'm gonna like right click the shortcut and run it as administrator, you can do this cool thing. So there's a file that sits in your, is that running as administrator? Run as admin. Okay, here we go. So we've got an admin notepad. There's this file that sits on Windows. And it's a really, really cool trick. So I'll you know, you guys can follow along if you want to find this file, but this is the path. So you go, you go into your Windows directory, you go into System32. From here, you go into drivers, etc. And then there's a file here called hosts. And the hosts file is obviously in this. What are you doing? What are we doing? You need to do this as administrator, by the way. So I'm just going to do this recent file. If you open this host file, you'll see this stuff in it. And what this essentially allows you to do is reroute one URL to another. Okay, so if you wanted to, for instance, if I wanted google.com to go to facebook.com, you could go like, I know the DNS for Google is 8888. So now every time I go to Google, what it's instead going to do, like this is the Google DNS, instead that's going to route me through to youtube.com. So you can kind of rewrite your own DNS here. And what I tend to use this for more than anything, I've used this to like, you know, for all sorts of cool things when like practicing networking and trying to like, you know, this is a really cool way to control your own routing, but I actually use it more than anything to block websites that I don't want to use. If I have no willpower and my autopilot is to go to YouTube, one of the lowest effort things that I can do to keep myself focused is just block YouTube. And this is the easiest way to do it. Once you have this file open, if you route anything to localhost, so this is your own IP address, this like 127.0.0.1 always refers to like to this computer that I'm on now. If you do this and then you do all the different variants for what YouTube can be, now whenever you try to open a YouTube video, what it's going to do is say like, nope, YouTube lives on your computer and your computer isn't running any of the stuff that YouTube should be running, so YouTube doesn't exist. which is great because then I can't be distracted by YouTube if YouTube doesn't exist. So I'm noticing right now that even though I'm casting to YouTube through OBS, probably to a specific IP address, my YouTube chat isn't working. So I'm sorry, anybody there in YouTube chat, if you're there chatting away, I needed to be focused today. So what I will actually do is I'll undo that change, comment all of that out, so that I can go see YouTube chat again, and we'll take it from there, and I'll go say hi, because the last thing I want to do is ignore you guys over there. So I'm just going to put these little hash symbols here to make these lines comments. If I save it and now I reload my YouTube chat, I imagine it's going to actually let me through. It's going to let me see the chat, which is what I want at this point. So here we go. Hey, okay, so is it Sam Squatch who's active in the YouTube chat there, Goldie? Because hello, Sam Squatch. It's good to see you, Jacob, in YouTube. Not every day that I get you in here. That's cool. I hope things are going well, and you can get the cat feeder working. Take care, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. Was there someone else here, Goldie, who was hanging out that I didn't already see? Yeah. Okay. All right. Sweet. Nice. But yeah, there's a fun little thing that anybody who wants to like use, just wants to control a DNS on their own Windows computer, because this works on Linux too, by the way. The file's in a completely different location. I think it's like in /etc/hosts. It's in like a way more sensible like path on Linux than on Windows. But there is this like hosts file that lets you do so many useful things. I really like it as a trick, especially as a person who does some networking and like engineering for network code. That's a really, really handy thing. All right, so unhandled exception, hopefully not. All right, let's have another read of what's actually going wrong there. So it's saying attempted to evoke a deleted method invocation. Yeah, I need to rerun it, which means all of our UI is going to go down for a moment as it does. Julo, you're heading to bed? Good night, man. I'll catch you sometime soon, Julo. It was good to have you hanging out. Thank you, dude. Sleep well. Have a great night. And rerun. And we're live. Okay, excellent. That can refresh there. That goes there. That goes there. Okay. So now we can actually tweak these values. All right. I think we need something here to say you must dispense at least 10 M&Ms. If I'm not dispensing 10 M&Ms, I believe that we aren't going to get like, you know what, we can have a different test button for each of these, right? Do these need to be two separate sections? I feel like they probably should be at this point. I feel like the two horizontal sections aren't making sense anymore. We need two separate. Yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to re-engineer it. I think the whole page needs to change. We're going to have two test buttons, one for each. So where are we? Unfortunately, but it just makes sense. It just makes sense to do that, I think. So this is no longer a row. This is no longer vertical. Man, why does this song always get me in the feels? Right in the feels. These become row. And so does this one. That becomes test. One more test for here. And then we can also put the subs and bits dispense messages here properly. Dispense on subs, dispense on bits. Okay, let's rerun it. Though it probably didn't need a rerun. Honestly, it's like the kind of thing where it would have like hot reloaded, but let's see. I'm going with this vibe next. Yep. Okay. Are we up again? Oh, that's very crowded. Okay, that should be on the same row. Test should be within the if statement. But that's progress. Yeah, okay. So row goes around this. This goes in there. That all can go. Yeah, I think that's the pattern. So that goes in here. Whoops. Okay. Test goes in our if statement. Hold on. Yes, it definitely does. That goes in our if statement, but this also does. Now we don't need a second if. All right. Where's that divider? Okay, the checkbox sits without it, outside of it. This test button goes in here. This all gets tabbed back. All right, I'm liking how this looks now. In my mind, at least. We're going to see if this really actually works the way that it seems like it should. Okay. Okay. These aren't rowing on the second one. Row here, but no row there. Yep. Cool. I don't like the space above. This margin's no longer necessary here. Might need that gone here as well. And I think those buttons are a bit too big now. I might want some space below this dispense message, maybe even a horizontal line again. So let's put another divider there. Get a look at it all after this. Okay. I mean, it's doing what I thought, but I still... Is that the horizontal line? I don't know, it feels so much more cluttered than it did before. I don't like the design of this anymore. Maybe the way to do this is with tabs. So let's try that. I think tabs might be neater. So where is it? Tabs. Tabs will allow us to like put the bits and subs in the same area without cluttering the user interface quite as much as we are now. So let's give it a shot. So in this stack, I don't know that we even need this stack anymore. Probably we do, but hello, brother JK Raid. How do you do? How do you do? Good evening to you also. How are you on this fine evening? I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to wrapping this project up. We're getting close to doing it. Dispense subs and dispense bits. How have you been, JK? How is life treating you right now? It's ebbs and flows, ups and downs. That's how life tends to go, but how is it at this particular moment? Alright, there we go. That was an interesting sound bit just now. Did anyone else hear that? It went dink. I'm not sure where it came from. That might have been... Could it be something like YouTube chat? No, maybe. I don't know. Was that you, Psych? Saying hello in YouTube? Birthday boy, I'm so sorry that message was wrong, guys. I should have updated it. I think you guys all know I can be bad at that lately, especially. Okay, there's the bits done. Those can go. Let's see if this looks any better. I feel like it probably will. Hopefully this neatens everything up significantly. This looks substantially better. I would like it if it did. A little bit. Let's see. How do we like make this better? Because it's still so like weird and cluttered. We're in the panel now. The checkbox gives itself heaps of space, but then these all don't. You've been at war with your PC. Before reinstalling Windows, I didn't have any issues ripping DVDs with Handbrake, but now I had to do unnecessary work to make it work. That sucks, man. Handbrake was such a great application. I remember that way back when, but like, man, I haven't seen a DVD in a long time around here. Feel like we're in the digital age now, and those things are they're a thing of the past. Those DVDs are a legacy system now, but okay, I want that save button on the right. We also need something here that like gives an error when the gifter donated 1,000 bits. Dev gets 10 M&Ms. Thingses. Okay. Yeah, we've got a system now that does both of the things. So we kind of did it, Goldie. We did it with one string handling both things, just like putting subs and bits in the message. Yeah, and I think like emoji support's gonna be pretty. Like I think these messages will just look good with emojis. So the fact that we have support for them is gonna help. But yeah, the space between test/gifted, donated, and the amounts. I mean, yeah, all of it just needs space. I think what we need to make that space happen is going to be Mudstack again. I think Mudstack will be able to like do the spacing just because it has like justifiers stuff and like built into it. We're gonna see that in subs if it reloads. Has it reloaded? I'm pretty sure it has this spacing option. Do something like 10. There we go. Now it all has space. And that looks much better to me. Oh, too much. It's just taking a long time for stuck to come into play. But okay, cool. And then we'll do stack the same thing here. So this gets Mudstack as well. Mudstack. I mean, I'm getting to the point with this where like I'm spending a lot of time to make this intuitive and flexible for dev. But at the same time, if dev's the only person who ever uses this one's got like it's a lot higher novelty value and a lot potentially less reuse when compared with like, you know, compared to like the chat system and all this other stuff. For this to work, you have to be integrating with like pet feeders and stuff. And at the moment, I'm really only integrated with like one of them. So this will be useful for dev, but I think if I don't want to spend any more time than what we've done on this stream to get this going. I do want to try and like wrap it up at this point, I think. So in order for that to work, we have to start working on our persistence layer. Let's reload this, make sure this all has like a bit more space after reloading. Because I also want that same nice spacing between, there we go. Do I even want our divider now? I think I don't. That can go. That spacing is much better now. Any minute. And I do want our save button to go on the right. So this has... So where is it? Button type. We're looking at the button. I don't want that. I want mud card actions alignment. Flex end might move it across. Flex start maybe. Yeah, we want to flex the start. So that should push it across here. I'm just waiting for this checkbox up here to show. It's not done it. What if I put an empty div there? Just see if that pushes it across. I mean, it might do it with the space between. It's a dirty way to do it, but it works, I guess. All right. So that save button, it now needs to do something for us. So now we can turn it on. Testing should spit something out right now. Do I have that window up still? Yeah. I do, and it did. Hey, there it is. just so you all can see. Be right back. No wonder the camera failed. My phone went flat. So we'll charge that up. More snackies, exactly. More snackies worked. But what we need to do is actually connect this test button through so that it sends the right snacky message. So let's get that going for a moment. I've already eaten all of those snackies though. I've been bad, Goldie. I ate way too many snackies. Okay, let's see. So, handle feeder clicked. This is gonna have to, so that one will become handle feed by subs. Clicked, and then we'll need another one. Feed by, this is actually test. Handle test by subs clicked, and then handle test by bits clicked. And now these messages need to be, these methods need to be reconnected. Make sure this is bits. Yep, that's all bit stuff. Cool, okay. So, save config needs to be implemented. We have implemented that here. We need to do the behind the scenes stuff. So test sub. There we go. We also can create an object here instead of using the JSON. Quite sure that'll be better. So test sub event is going to be a new Twitch sub event. The gifter is going to be gifter. Let's see. Username dot from. Who should we have in these? Let's see. Nacho Pants. The number of subscriptions should be the value we send through. Actually, no, let's see. Test sub can be min subs. No, we don't even need that. We need units per sub. And min sub for the test. Yeah, so let's add those. This is one instance where I feel as though it, like, the integers are not, it's like primitive fixation here. This will be int subs and then another int units per sub. Actually, maybe it should just be int unit sub, like units. And we can just do the math on the front end. It's not good to do math on the front end, but in this case, it seems like such simple math. And we're already doing it in the sub dispense message. So yeah, we'll do it like that. Test sub, and this is going to be test bits. And that's going to be bits per sub. Sorry, units per bit. Minus the min bits. And then we can create a new method here that does the same. Test sub, let's generate this one. Go put it up near the other method because they're going to be so damn similar. There it is. So we've got, I guess we need our recipient. Username, let's go with this. Number of subscriptions. I don't know about like hard coding these. Maybe I should do like the name service and get a random name from it, because there are a lot of names there. I mean, would be cool, right? Do we have access to name state here? I guess we do, but this could cause more problems than we need. May as well just keep hard coding it. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We might just be like complicating this unnecessarily, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. We just move forward with this. So most of these values don't matter. Am I raising this event in a dangerous way? That's my question. By dangerous, I mean like in a way that could disrupt other systems, or is this entirely dealing with the problem on the front end? No, it is slightly dangerous. Let's see. Let's think about this. This is raising an event. No, it doesn't affect the actual... So, for instance, like when I say dangerous, I mean like, could this affect the number of subs on a subathon? Like if in the middle of a subathon I decided to test this feature, would it add to the total list of subs that are tracked? The answer is just no. So what I can do is, yeah, this should be fine. It's not like this doesn't generate real data, so should be fine to just mock this all up for the purposes of our tests. So community sub. Now is when that happened. The tier is going to be tier 1. The number of months is going to be 1. It annoys me deeply that that is a string. Okay. But that's how they decided to design their system, so that's what we will use. That goes there. So this can go... Yeah, we're gonna have to have another like bits related thing. At the moment, they are actually already split up. Goldie, like they're separate systems, but I intend to build them into one ecosystem. So right now they're all just like on different URLs. If I want to deal with subs, I go to /subs, and now I have like the subs leaderboard. If I want to go to dispenser, then I go /dispenser, and it has this. So if I want to go /chat, I do that, and it has like you know, the way that we interact with chat. That's all done through here, right? They're all on different systems. What I'll eventually do is centralize this into something with like a navigation menu, where people can get to the different things that they want to configure. But once you're there, you can like, you know, say we want red backgrounds, and we want like no shadows, and we want, you know, we like a dense chat, and we'd like it to, you know, not show avatars. Now what I can do is I can click copy to clipboard, Goldie, and now the thing in my clipboard can be added to OBS, and now that OBS, like if I add that to my OBS, now I get a red compressed chat with no you know, with no shadows or avatars, and I can paste that into my OBS. And now whenever this program runs, I don't have to like navigate through this thing, I already have the, if I go to, I'll just like open this up on a new page. You can see here's the chat that we just set up, right? And that could be an OBS overlay. So eventually what I'm planning to do with this is have it so that you can navigate through all of these from a nav menu, including like the swear jar, for instance. And then, yeah, you can essentially use that. But like you can use the little parts as like, think of like, I don't know what else does it like this. I haven't really looked much at Stream Elements, but I know Stream Elements has a section where it's like A and B and C and D and all that. Yo, Snolzy, how you doing? How you doing, man? You've been around in like earlier in the stream though. Are you saying big fan of the system we're designing, or are you saying big fan because you're just saying in general, like I'm a big fan of your work? Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you, Snolzy. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, ecosystem is the oh, Snolzy. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna head over to the chat, and we gotta, where are we? Into the Twitch chat. Here we go. I can't not do it. Where are you? I would think that things like these like Gigantify emote things would be in BTTV, but they're not. It's yeah. So good. There's no other Gigantify stuff here. You can't like, it's just a normal chat client. It's IRC essentially. I feel like we have potential to make our chat client better than that, right? We could make a chat client that's better than Chatterino, I think. If we spend enough time on it, we could do a better version of like, we could do a way better version of chat than Chatterino. Maybe we make that a project one day, right? You should reduce the price soon so you can use 10 times when buying the 100 bits. It's a good idea. Look, I should do it, Snolzy. I should do it for sure. I'll go catch up with the mod chat and figure it out. Yo, Penny with the gigantic T. That's sick. That's sick. But yeah, that's okay. That's essentially what we're doing, Goldie. Excuse me, guys. I hope that answers the question though. So it was dispenser. So yes, we want to do this. We want to do that. What I need to do now is save this state out so that when events happen, yeah, okay, hold on. I don't know if you guys can hear I'm going to pause the music and you'll hear the dispenser going. I'm just going to show that actually, does the bits one work? The bits one, it calls the same method as, no, it doesn't. It's going to have an issue if I try and run that. All right, so I think the front end, I'm feeling a bit better about it. I'm feeling like this is something I could hand to Dev and be like, here you go, Dev, and she'd be able to figure it out. Units per sub, units per bits. Dev gets. Okay, 100% answers it. Yeah. Like, I should do that on some future stream. It's just like a prerequisite to... Like, I don't know, I'm in two minds. On one hand, I could just make this a program that people download and install on their computers and then like access through the taskbar or something and it opens in their web browser. Or if I can migrate it to like Maui so that all of these things, they're just like an application where you can access all of them from one place. Or I could make it work as a website where you just go to a URL and you don't have to install anything. But there's a lot more overhead in like deploying and managing something like that. So, and then you want that nav bar. You definitely want that nav bar if you make this thing a website. So I don't know. I'm kind of divided about how I actually like do this. And the other thing is like, I kind of want to validate that I can make money with it before I invest a whole bunch more time into making it work, right? Because yeah, it could work, but it might also just like be like so many other projects where you build them, and to be fair, like most projects, I need to slap a price tag on them and put them out there, because a few people have made this point in this stream too. It's like, if you just need lots of stuff, just go and make lots of stuff and put it out there, and you won't know until you go and do that, right? You won't know if it could have made money until you make an attempt to do that. So I'm tempted to go and have a try, and just like see how I do with it. But in any case, for this one, I feel like it's pretty much dev ready, except that I need to now go and persist the state and do all that other stuff. So, yo, Danish. Okay, Diablo 2 related question. If one is playing hardcore, are the builds from non-hardcore valid to work as a template? I recently had an experience, Danish, where I tried like the build that I remembered from when I was a kid when we played hardcore. And then at a point, me and Kaz were like, oh, let's just try and respec into one of the S tier. I went from like Bone Spike Necromancer to Poison Necromancer, like Poison Cloud, and it was just trash. That build was designed for when you're at level 70, right? And the respec is just like not built in a way where it could survive. I needed survivability, and I went for an S tier Diablo character that was like S tier at the highest levels. You can't go for those kind of builds when you're doing hardcore. You need to optimize for survivability. So I would say no. The short answer is no, they're not valid builds for hardcore. You have to optimize to never die in hardcore, which isn't what those other builds are meant to do. All right. Yeah, like that, the max site is good. Like, whatever it is, maxroll.gg or whatever is a great site for learning builds. I would absolutely recommend it, but I wouldn't go and use a non-hardcore build to play in hardcore. Just like, don't do it. You'll lose your character. You know, if it's not, unless it just happens to be one that survives really, really well. Just always like, yeah, that's right, maxroll.gg. Always just optimize for survivability in hardcore. Just never die is the strategy. It's the only viable strategy in hardcore. Okay, so next step. Next step is, let's see. Next step is persist all of this. So we need some kind of state, right? Already we've got in this config page, we've got dispenser state sync. Dispenser state sync actually isn't doing squat. It really isn't. So before we do all that, let us start by, we need to check our code in. So let's see. This is going to be a little tricky because of all of this Python dispenser. I don't want any of that. I just basically want that, and I need to check this in on a different page. Hold up. What else do I need? Okay, yep, I need that too. I'm just looking off screen here because there's some files that I need to... Actually, as I look at this, I wonder if I need to do a little bit of more off-stream configuration stuff to make this work, but all right. I do want this. I do want that. I guess I want this. I don't know why dot settings are coming into it. Definitely want that, and that. Then these other things I need to be smart about. All this other stuff I need to be smart about with my commits. And so That's not going to get committed right now, but this is going to get committed with the basic implementation of dispenser system. That can get checked in. And now we can start working on state management. So, the state management system. Yeah, Danish actually summon answer would have been really good, but oh god. What did I do? What did I do? Errors everywhere. Ah! Panic. The software is obviously in panic mode. What is it? What is it complaining about? Okay. Yes, let's restart. That good time to ask how everything's going, Dolly. If you consult the heads up display, which is currently in developer mode and reporting every little error, and it's just been completely like red means bad. Yeah, red means stop, not go. There we go. Let me rerun that. Does everything come back to life now? There we go. Not as bad as it made it out to be. It just needed the go button hit, but it's all going well. It's all actually going really well. We're making good progress despite all of the red warnings. They're red herrings, not red warnings. It's coming along really, really well. Where we're at now, Dolly, is we've got the configuration page going. Here, you can have a bit of a squiz at it. Dev will be able to come to this page and she will be able to say, gave, and she can say, I get X units of, I get 10, and then dog treats. And then she can go like this and like put in dog. She can do whatever she likes with this. And then she can decide, is it going to be bits or subs? And so say she decides it's subs, then she has a new user interface where she can click test. And if you just, I'll pause the music so you guys can hear it go if I test this. And we should also see something pop up at the corner of screen if I'm not mistaken. So that's another worthwhile test to check. I'll just make sure that that's on. So where is it? Hold on. It's going to be in my alerts. Yes, it is. So we should see a snack bar. If I press this, you'll hear the buzz of the machine in the background. Actually, you guys can see it. You'll see if you can like look for the pixels move as the things get dispensed, but you'll hear it probably. And we should also see it. Oh man. Where was that error? Okay, it's got an error with, oh, interesting. Python execution. Amount should be between 1 and 50 units. So what did it think it was? Gifter gave 10 subs. I get so DevFeeder 9000 from this person gave that many doing this. So let's see what's actually happening there to. It's saying that the number came through as 0, which actually may be the case. Now that I think about it, we're not connecting. I mean, what are we connecting? Units per sub times min subs. 1 times 10 should be doing 10. try it again, see if it gets the, yeah, it is getting an error. So there's definitely something wrong here. Let me hit the breakpoint. Red means bad. Well, yeah. Does ChatGPT think that red means good? Because I don't know. Maybe it needs a little more context to come up with that conclusion. All right, breakpoint this thing. Let's see how it goes. Okay, any minute. Okay, reloading. Here we go. Dispense on subs. Oh, it's breakpointing already. Yeah, that breakpoint's in the wrong spot for sure. We needed that one. Let that run. Dispense on subs. Test. 1 times 10. That seems legit. Units is 10. Let's step into this. Dispense on subs is going to be, oh, what? Config. Yep. The config isn't the real config. The config isn't the real config. Okay, that makes sense. So already though, we should, the fake config should work. Number of subs is 10, it's less than 50, so that should be fine. Then we go the units per sub, numbers 10 times 10 is 100. That should be, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see why it's having a fit. So we need some kind of thing here that goes, number of subscriptions is 10, total units is 100. That's going to pass our user message. That user message also needs to come through from the configuration. But that amount there at 100 is going to cause it to overflow because it can only do the 50. So yes. Yes. Okay, that all makes sense. So Python is throwing that exception very deliberately. And we should be able to see it in the stack trace again like we already saw, which is fine. So that can, yeah, that can just run. And then let's go have another look at that error. Because amount should be between 1 and 50 units. Let's go find that in our code base. Should be here, yeah, cool. Reasonable limits, lol. Who said anything about reasonable limits? All right, but we can just iterate over this until it, you know, doing, like, if it's over 50, just keep going until it does. Yeah, that's the solution here. So, this is an annoying thing now, because we can't just do like once off with like, all right, dump 100. What we need to do is say, all right, dump 50 at a time and wait a certain period between each dump. Because otherwise it's gonna, yeah, the whole thing's gonna go a bit, it's just like, it's got limits built into it and we don't want to respect those limits. We just want to like override them. So the way to do this, I think, this might need to become an asynchronous method. And inside of that asynchronous method, we might need to dispense with more, like, just if the number, the total units is over 50, we need to mod 50 and like, just like essentially this, while total units is greater than 50. Say between 1 and 50. Let's have an actual look at what the code does here. It's greater than 50, so it can, so while it's greater than 50, dispense with the total units and total units. Yeah, so just keep doing that. And then the other thing is, this now needs to become handle dispense for sub needs to become an async method, which means our man, that's annoying. Becomes async task. And then here we can wait. So that's going to be await time span from the seconds. Give it like 10 seconds between each dispense. And that might even be a do while. Not often you see a do while. Yep. Cool. All right. Let's give it another runsy, shall we? I mean, it's going to give me an error about being out of food because it doesn't have that many treats. But the next thing to do, honestly, like instead of implementing these little nuances, is probably to implement the state management that we needed to do. But this, like, you know, we probably headed off a problem that, like, I don't want somebody who have gifted 100 expecting it to spit stuff out and for it not to have done that. So I think that might have actually happened if we hadn't implemented this. So now we can test and see what happens. So let's let that run. Still, it's giving me that same thing. Amount should be between 1 and 50 units. Hey, what's going on? There it is. I mean, if it's less than 0, less than or equal to 0, or over 50, but I gave it exactly 50. So it's not greater than or equal to 50. You know what? Yo! Remflow, thank you, man. Thank you for the follow. And that just smashed our follower goal, I think. Am I right? Did we just hit 150? I think we actually did. Oh, wow. New errors. Hold on. They're not real errors. Damn. Thank you, man. Thank you. We just hit our 150 follower goal. Incredible. Incredible. That happened so fast. I need to... Yeah, I know, right? Let's go. All right, let's set a new one. That's huge. Thank you. Thank you so much, Remflow, for being the 150th follower. 850th follower of this channel. That's super appreciated. We're approaching 1,000 so quick. I can't wait to break 1,000, man. That's when I know it's a little bit legit. It's a little bit legit when 1,000 people have decided they want to follow. That's incredible. But yeah, okay, hold on. Let's set a new sub goal here. Follow goal, I should say. So create a dashboard, stream manager, manage goals, followers. I think we got to do it, guys. Hell yeah, we finished the goal. That's sick. So cool. Follower amount, I mean 900. 900 I think is the next sensible goal, guys. That's what we need. That's what we need. Let's do it. New goal started. Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you, Renflo, for that. I really appreciate that, man. Welcome to the community. Like, jump in, ask any questions if you have any. Sounds like you're enjoying the content. Thank you so much for following along and getting in on that. I really appreciate it, man. Okay, so it was the do while. It was the do while. The do while had the error. That was the silly. I made a silly. So this is going to not do while. It's going to go while this, then do that stuff, because if the total units is greater than 150, I need to go units to dispense. This needs to be 50. Hold on. Why is the message here? No. That's, hold on. This logic needs to go in the dispense method, not here. So hold on. We can correct that. That just goes there. This goes away. And then that can go there as it was. And then in dispense, we can say, okay, while amount is over 50, dispense 50, amount, take 50, and then await. Yep, so this is our async task. And then that means the final dispense will go, and I think we need to dispense we need to deal with the logic at the of displaying this up front, right? So while it's above 50, dispense 50, and then this actually is that. This dispense goes there. That's 50. And then here we'll dispense the remaining amount. That's way better. That now actually does what we want. So it's going to show the message at the front with everything. It's going to, while it's above 50, it's just going to keep dispensing and waiting 10 seconds between each dispense. And then at the end, it's going to dispense whatever's left. So let's see what's happening in these methods. That is an async. We definitely want to await that to make sure that we're not progressing with the method until later. And that means this also needs to be awaited. And this needs to be async task, which it is. Let's go check where that's actually run. This needs to invoke async. Hold on, is this a background method or not? Okay, no, this can be async. Our delic becomes async. And then we await it there. Yes. You know what? This can be discarded too. We're not actually using that, so we underscore it. Okay, cool. Getting somewhere, guys. On new subscriber. We also need to have our on new bit donator here. I need to get this up and host it on a website for a few reasons. A, so others can use it, and B, so that whenever I make a change to this damn thing, it doesn't bring down all of the UI of the stream. because yeah, I think that's what your question might have been a little bit more about, right, Goldie? Where you were like, why don't you compartmentalize this a little bit more? And it's like, yeah, I absolutely could. I could compartmentalize and have one system doing like, you know, the swear jar running in one place, but like by separating those systems out, it's just going to be that much harder to deploy like several separate systems. I want to deploy one system in one place as much as possible. That way, like the information can be shared between them so much more easily. All right, there we go. Shall we test this just to see if it like works, dispensing the 100 things? That's going to need an await 2 now, right? Because that's, yes. Await that, async here. That gets called. That needs to be... So this needs invoke async. Await that on that thread. Cool. Same thing here, actually. We haven't written it yet. We know it will need to be the same pattern, so we should just go ahead and do it now. Invoke async, await that. This can be async task. And then, yeah, not implemented is fine for now. But we know for a fact that this will need to process our the feeder in the same way if the total units exceeds the 50 units at a time. So, all right. Okay, cool. Starting to get more of the logic in. Still not actually at the point of state management though, which was where I wanted to go with this. That one not implemented, correct. That's good. This, I think, might be the next thing that we aim at doing, is getting this this type of event running here. So, dispenser config. Okay, so the next thing to do then is this. We've got state sync. We want to protected override. Override uninitialized. From here we can now go dispatcher, and we need to inject our dispatcher. Inject dispatcher. So dispatcher.dispatch new dispenser load action. Now let's go have a look at our other actions. So we've got our stores. Gonna need a new store here for dispenser. So we've got, yeah, that's right. We use the system here for, I mean, that counter can probably go at this point. Actions, like, yeah, load all chat messages action. This kind of thing is the pattern that we want here. So we want an actions C# file, and then in that we want a new record like this one. And that's not going to be read all chat messages. We're going to be load dispenser config action. And then that's what we call from our dispatcher here. I mean, even that might be better to use like read. So action has, yeah, I mean, it does say load there. What about subs? Is this using read? It is using read. What about transaction? This is probably also using read. So I think probably chat has made a mistake here. I've made a mistake in naming this. So this is going to be read rather than load. And the reason that's important and that's good is we are sticking to the create, read, update, delete terminology, the CRUD terminology. And if we just do that consistently, it's going to help us like think about what we're doing. And anybody else who comes to the project will be able to go like, okay, what am I doing? Am I like I don't know. Nobody needs to go and look for the word loading and the word reading, because like we've just gone with the CRUD convention of creating, reading, update, and deleting. And by using that, hopefully we'll sidestep the need for people to go like wondering where things are. It's just make things a little more intuitive as to like where code exists. So we want to make a feature here as well, dispenser feature. Dispenser feature. That's going to be a feature dispenser state, which we also need to make. We'll import that. Let's make our new record here. And we are making this a record very deliberately because it's a immutable thing. We really want to make sure that that our dispensers, it's essentially immutable. So this name, I find a kind of useless property here. I always tend to do this. I tend to use the name of the state object or the feature object in the name, in the get name, and I feel like that this library should be able to just implement that under the hood. But they don't do that. They make the choice not to for whatever reason. So that can go to its own file. And now essentially what this thing needs is all of the, let's see, what do I even want to do with this? The configuration. I want to move all of the configuration out of the user interface and into this object. Though, yeah, we have to do that. We can't unlike other presentation layer objects where all of the information about how it should behave can be kept in its presentation. By that I mean like the thing that the user sees. You can keep the information with how it behaves right there with how it looks. We're not doing behavior that has anything to do with information that you see when we're dealing with this object. Like the number of subs and stuff like that, it needs to it essentially, like the source of the event is the subs, and so for that reason it's not going to consult the user interface about the configuration. The thing that it's consulting is state information that sits behind the scenes. For that reason, we need to have dispenser state load something, and like this information, it's going to load the configuration from the disk in the same way that this method, when we eventually implement it, the dispenser config, the background service, not even the background service. The background service asks a different thing for here, whatever this is. What uses this? This here is going to load from disk. So even load from disk. Same as store does. So the feature store is going to load from disk, and also our dispenser device is going to load from disk when it goes to get the configuration. And that means like when it runs its operations in the background, like even if a sub event happens and no view layer is there in order to tell it what to do, it still needs to dispense. And that, yeah, so the state of this thing is completely separate. We've got our dispenser configuration here as something that needs to load from disk, and that'll all happen through our presentation layer. And so this action needs to create the same load action as the dispenser device eventually will do. But yeah, one step at a time, one step at a time. Let's go through and go to that action and work forward from there. So here's our dispenser config action that asks to read. So we have our new dispenser feature, dispenser state. I think it's very foreign to me not to include the names like this, but I guess the namespaces are segmenting this stuff anyway. So, I mean, it just feels so off. I mean, if this is called effects, nah. Whoops. Dispenser feature and then dispenser state. Okay. All right. Man, you know what? That is pretty intense. Maybe you want different music. Give me a moment. No, not that. Yeah, this is probably more my vibe right now. Okay. All right, where are we? 12:30. All right. How much more can I get done in the next half hour? That's my question. I think I need an effect a lot like this. It's great I'm staring at it. Let's make one of these. Effects. In here, we can... This is where our persistence is going to go. That effect method, absolutely, we need to import things. This is going to be our this action, read dispenser config. We don't need persistence. Yo, man, BP oil spill. That's crazy, man. Whoa, it's spitting out. It still catches me off guard. It still catches me off guard when someone sobs and that machine like spits out the M&Ms. They're like rolling all over the floor. That scared the shit out of me. Like, I was like, what the hell happened back there? But thank you very much, BP Oil Spill. You only just found me. You only just followed, and now you're subscribing with your Prime. I really appreciate that. That's incredible. I'm glad you're liking what we're doing, man. And you triggered my swear jar as well because I freaked out. That's amazing. That's hilarious. Thank you, dude. That's funny. I'm gonna go put all the M&Ms back in the machine because I don't have enough to even like eat them right now. But hold up. I gotta go like running under furniture and stuff to find them. I can't be bothered with it, but that's hilarious. Yeah, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that so much, Oil. What do you like to be called, BP? You seem like you're You know what? I'm gonna call you BP. I'll call you BP. That's what everybody else was calling you. So hold up. We need to get you on our list of names. Okay. Sick. BP is fine. That's good to know, BP. We're gonna add you right now. So let's see. We're gonna add you to the list of people as... That is BP. Awesome, man. BP. Whoops. Oil spill. Cool. All right. Now, do you want to give it a spin? It'll need to reload. Actually, I'll need to hard reload it. It's all going to go down for a moment again. The tentacles of TOS be looming and winding. How does BP have something to do with TOS? Or are you talking about terms of service as like as an actual thing? Nah, you must mean the group of creators. That's all. I can't believe that you wouldn't mean that, but. I'm guessing BP had something to do with that project then. Oh, come on, rerun. Any minute now. I think you put it in as PB. Yeah, you're right. Dang it. BP. Maybe you're hitting your personal best. BP oil spill gets BP. I did it twice. Not only did I do it once, I did it twice. That's stupid of me. Hold up. Hold up. We fixing it. Everything going to heck. Fast plus Dev plus Ali plus Fruity plus Bert. I don't understand. Alright, hold on. Method or not features? Oh, we're in the middle of writing things, of course. Of course. Let's just go as new. Like that. And now we rerun. And now all this redness goes away. This is what you get when you write software live and use it for your stream. When you change it, it's like fixing a driving train. The train's on the road, it's on the tracks, it's chugging along, and here you are trying to fix it. Okay, let's see. That one, refresh. Yes. And another refresh, and another refresh, and we're back. Okay. No, thank you, BP. I really appreciate that. Giving a Prime sub like that, I know you only get like one a month, right? So the fact that you decided to send that here, big gratitude for that. Thank you, man. Okay, so this needs to be, we need a result action, just as we had for chat. That's in our actions here. And we're also going to have a config as a parameter to that. So read dispenser config result action. Jacob, dude, thanks, man. Jacob, getting a $2.50 tip like that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Where did that come from? That's really kind of you. Thank you. I didn't even know you were in the chat, Jacob. Where are you, Sam Squatch? Hold on, let me scroll up, see if you've even been chatting. I don't even know if you have. Thank you. That's really kind. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. I need to connect that to more events, but I don't even think that's like, that thing isn't even a Twitch event. That right there was just straight up like a Stream Elements tip notification, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, there we go, there we go. All right, more things coming back to life. Okay, so there's actions. I think this action just needs one effect, and that's going to be like one parameter, and that's going to be the config. So this is going to be dispenser config. No. What was it called? Config. It's a lot of configs. Like, no doubt. You go looking for code, looking through code, and it's going to have configs. But okay. Okay, so let's follow the logic like backward rather than, so here we've got our update config feeder configuration. I think this needs to be dispenser configuration. That's why I couldn't find it. We've changed our terms and haven't updated one part of our code. So that's going to be that was why that was going wrong for me not being able to find it. This is why naming is so damn important, guys. You got to name things correctly or you'll just like lose track of stuff. But yeah, okay. So hold on, I really need to start caching these profile pictures, and I need to start substituting the text for emotes. Like, you guys have so many cool emotes that we've made in this community, and like nodders. Like, I see nodders in the chat there. I see a little I see the little nodding dude, but I don't see it in my chat. I want it in my chat. And when I restart something, I want to keep the display pictures here so it doesn't need a message. Like BP, I'd like literally jumped into this scene to be like, I wonder what BP's like. What kind of person is he? I wanted to see your display picture. And now until you write another message, it just like, it isn't going to load that, which is part of how the system is built. It's like intentional, but also, you know, yeah, there you go. And then, yeah, okay, so cool. Okay, I think is that a dude in like a motorcycle helmet flexing or something? No, maybe, hold on, it's a dude with a sword. Yeah, it's sick, okay. I'm starting to get it. But yeah, like, there's so many little things that I have to implement to until like this system, like this stream is just like mint. There are so many little optimizations I still want to make it great. It's not great yet. It's so far from where I want it to be, but it's moving constantly in the right direction. That's the most important thing. Okay, dispensers effects should not have chat persistence services. It should have, I mean, let's go head to this. This is going to be in the persistence part of the application, I hope. No, it's just straight in application. I guess it does actually belong there. Application has its own persistence layer. So one more here. Make a new interface. Public interface. Dispenser configuration. Persistence service. All right, cool. You get your own file. And in here, we're gonna have a load, a configuration, what was it called there? We just changed it to dispenser configuration. Yeah, load configuration. All right, that's what this thing looks like, and that's what our new effect needs. This is going to be dispenser configuration service. Dispenser persistence service. This can have our load configuration. That's our dispenser configuration. This is our config. Now this goes to read all, read, what do we call it? Read dispenser config result action. We'll add that constructor here, which is what we're in the process of doing before we went way off into the woods doing crazy things there. Primary constructor is just fine. All right, cool. That will have the effect of triggering this action to run. And then what we need now is our reducer. So reducers, we need a new reducer here. Reducers. Let's see. That needs to be updated in the file name. Reducers, excellent. Okay, so our reducer needs to do something along the lines of this stuff. Yeah, it should be static. With that attribute, we don't want chat state, we want our dispenser state. Dispenser state. This is going to be read dispenser configuration result action. And then we can now put the state to actions config. Add that method, that property there, and now this means that when we call this method, very roundabout way to get to that result, but now when we call this method, what we can now do is rely on the other, like this config. If I want to read the initial state of stuff, it's going to be, so I don't even think I need any of this stuff. That now all goes. And now we have the state information here. Actually, we probably won't even, we do need this because unfortunately we need this. It's unfortunate because there should be as little coupling between what's happening in our service layer and our presentation layer as possible. But we can now couple to our state, and this is going to be our dispenser state. Dispenser state. And now anything where we need to get that information out, we can go through our config, right? Value.config.dispense on subs. So essentially, seems really like maybe having this layer of abstraction with config there, on one hand, it does make sense because but on the other, I feel like I should probably just do this and then map across. Yeah, we're gonna map across. So here, instead of this nice simple like config, we add some complexity here, but it does allow, like, this will enable us to like map more directly in each of the presentation areas. So there we go. Is it going to keep auto completing for us? No. Good. It's also the booleans for dispense on. Yep. Dispense on bits is going to be same thing. Dispense on subs, same thing. Excellent. And then the message at the very top. Yep. I'd like to, like, when I can, I like to create these breaks just for the sake of readability. If there's groups, event, things like this. At a point, like, you should have nested objects in your objects, but I think, you know, this is fine for us to just be like message like this. Okay, so then back in our presentation layer, now we can just go state for each of these things. So in dispenser config, we inject our state. Now we can go, instead of dispense message, we can go state dot. Yeah, this state. State dot value dot message. I'm wondering if I really ought to do this. Because bind text isn't going to update that thing. This is supposed to be immutable, so all of this, I think its default value needs to like derive from state. That might be the way to handle this, right? Dispenser state dot value dot dispense on subs like that, but at the sign, yeah, this is going to be. It's not going to want to do that because this is like when it's being constructed. So we kind of need to do this in the, like, loading those default values kind of needs to be done here. So on initialize is when we want to map all that, well, not map all that stuff across, but move all that stuff across. So protected void on initialized. Dispenser state is going to be state dot value dot, hold on, dispense on subs. Alright, cool. On bits. And now just all of these need to get mapped across, so may as well. That's going to be dispenser state dot value dot can you do this? I wish you could. I don't think you can, but subs subs, units per sub. Cool. More here. Same thing for this, dispense on bits. One, two, three, four. Whoops. Bits. Replace, 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 replace. Bit and bit. All right. That should mean when this initializes, all of the values get read from what was in state. Which does make me a little, it's just weird. It's a weird dynamic. Usually you want all of your information to come out of state, and you want actions to dispatch when state stuff changes. And I guess we are doing that, but at the same time, okay, what's wrong with that there? Mud card, mud card. Must have deleted that at some point. Okay. So, all right, good. This is good. The message is missing, so dispense message is going to be dispense a state. No, I want this just to be called state. There's no other state that will be there in this view, so I think value also, we can probably state value here. And then we'll be able to replace all of these and just neaten our code up. Yep, like that. Okay. All of these should actually be private. So, now we're starting to get somewhere. We've got handle save config, dispenser update config. I think this now can go behind an action. Dispatcher. Do we have our dispatcher? No. So let's get that in here. Dispatcher. Now that can go into an action. So the idea is we're just like wanting to move all of our logic out of our presentation layer. New dispatch. Well, hold on. Dispatch action. Dispense config update action. Yeah. And then that can go here. Actually, I'm going to inline it. There we go. And then that should go and ensure that when the state changes as a result of the... we need an action here actually, don't we? So let's undo that. New update dispenser config action. New config. Let's get make our action. Really, we need that config. Yep, nice. Now, with that action, we're going to be able to have an effect that will do our writing. We're going to have this here so that it maps correctly. We'll have our dispatcher. And then we can save configuration. And then we can go action.configuration. And then that read result actually might play into our favor there. We can, like, really, it's kind of a set result, not just a read result, isn't it? So that one reads, there's never anything that writes that, which is weird, because there should be. What are our actions? Create chat action. Yeah, where's the reducer for that? Okay. This is writing it, but what's actually doing our... I guess it's happening internally. There's nothing in the user interface that does this, so that's fine. Where in our case, we are modifying state from the user interface, so we do need something like this. We need a save configuration. Yeah, correct. Create that method. And then this actually doesn't need that return type. That can be just a task, which we await. That's there. That means the actions configuration is going to be the result of the read. The read essentially will reset state, override state, which we still need to do in our reducer. So there's the reduce red. Yep, that works for us. That saves the configuration. This treats it as, yeah, I think this is okay. I think that's okay. All right. So now all we really need to do is implement this dispatcher, the dispenser's persistence layer, and then we'll be okay. All right, so in persistence, let's head across to there. We're going to need a new entity. And that's going to be our dispenser config entity. That's basically going to be the same as our domain object. Which is this, well, not this, sorry. This config action here, dispenser configuration. I just want to call it config. Oops. No slashes in there. Config. Okay. So we want an entity that's, oh my god, it's so similar. It's so similar. It almost feels like I'm creating like a duplicate of a thing when it's that similar. But honestly, I think the problem is in the ints. This is our primitive fixation, right? We're fixating on integers here. For subs, where already we ran into a problem where like units per sub, we know this needs to be a float, right? So, but also like we should have some other value type for subs and bits so that we don't accidentally ever feed a bit into a sub or an int into to a sub where it wasn't supposed to be a sub. We'll have to be very, very, very deliberate about it in the future, which I think will be good. So hold on, where have we got? Okay, the total units will need to be an int, so we'll parse it, but like, actually it's an interesting one. I think we are going to treat that like this for now. Even though the rounding's going to be like, it's going to be doing rounding here. Yeah, it'll be fine. I think it'll be all right. So, with that done, back to our persistence layer. We're going to save it here as a config action, but this needs to be mapped into a, I mean, at this point, yeah, I think we need a different kind of entity, like a different kind of object, which is the entity. So that goes here. And where is it? I really made a typo there? Man, I can really mess up spelling sometimes. What did I mean? Yeah, damn. Okay. File location. Alright, that's going to be annoying because now our solution is referencing... Actually, that seems fine. Infrastructure persistence. Open that in Explorer, see what's up. That's fine. And I think the folder name's fine too, so why was Ryder telling me that it wasn't? Okay. What's its issue? Namespace does not correspond to the file location. It must be persistence. Where is it? What? I'm sure this is the right spelling. So what's it complaining about? Yeah, I think that's it. We were defining the root namespace in a weird way. Alright. Solve that little conundrum. Alright, so dispenser config entity, this is basically going to have everything that the domain entity has. Where even is it here? So dispenser, there it is. It's here with the interface, but really it should be out here in domain. Dispenser config. And these types should be more controlled than ints. I think we need new value objects for like int, for like subs and bits. But I'm not going to worry about that just now. Because it's not the worst violations of like the perimeter fixation thing. we're okay with this, I think, for now. Okay. Application dot. What is it doing? Dispenser config. Does that not have a... Oh. That's a weird place for that to live. Okay. And way down here, what on earth is that? Base streams components dispenser. Okay. That seems fine. Why is that complaining about that? Oh, interesting. Is this the type now? It's dealing with the type of the... Right. Okay. Dispenser config is the name of our Razor file, where dispenser configuration was part of our the name of our domain object. Yeah. All right. That's why we had that full name. It was to deconflict with other names in the solution. That makes sense now. All right, there we go. And that imports, that'll be fine now. This is Uration. All right, cool. Okay, so this is the device now. This needs to have a reference to our persistence object. So dispenser device. From here we can pass in our dispenser persistence service. That can be a field. And then here, when we're loading, I mean, honestly, where is this even called from? From the background service. Yeah, I guess we can keep the logic for its configuration with the device itself, but it feels wrong there. The device might not even need that reference to persistence, now that I look at it. And I'm going to make this config to abbreviate it. Yeah, that can go out of here entirely. I don't think we want this method call there. Because this can be the call from the disk. Alright. We don't need that method anymore. Which is nice. That means the instance where this was used this can now just have a dependency on that a new persistence. It's already got one persistence, so now it's nice that we're just adding another one. It doesn't really change much. Just now the sticky keys went off and it sounded just like it belonged in the music. So dispenser persistence service. That can get kept as a field. Gonna have our nice neat names here so we don't have to bother deconflicting with this. And now later, whenever we need our config, instead of calling into the device, we just go straight to the persistence config. So this is going to do load configuration, and then boom, we've got our config. So configuration. Import that. This becomes an async method. Await that. Okay, same thing here. And we're already async, so we're good. We don't need to change anything else there. Okay, cool. This is where we're going to do our method call to actually write to this thing. So let's get the UI up and running again. So dispenser config entity. That is actually a necessary change. So let's see. Yo, only 4 more hours until we get our Alaska/Canada cruise. Are you going on a cruise, Brian? Like, what's that about? Tell me more, man. I'm pretty curious. Who is we? Is it just like you and your family, you and your friends? Are you actually going on a... I mean, a cruise sounds amazing, man. I've never actually been on a cruise. I've heard stories recently from people doing that, but never got to do it. Very cool. Okay, so this shouldn't be the entity. 11-day cruise, your mum and aunt. Dude, that's awesome. I would like to do that. I'd like to spend more time with my family, honestly, and get out and, like, you know, go relax a little bit, go take some time out, unplug from work, go see the world. Would be amazing. Would be really, really cool. I need to live life more like you're doing, Brian. That's awesome. Dispenser persistent service. Save configuration. Cool. Dispatch the result. Okay, cool. Now internally we'll do our mapping. So now the next thing to do is... Where are you going, Brian? You're going, like, Alaska, Canada? Are there any stops along the way? I know that, like... Oh, maybe that is a direct route. That sounds pretty cool, though. It also sounds cold for a cruise. But maybe I misunderstand where you're going. Okay. It's 1:22. What should I be doing here? I should be looking probably realistically at wrapping the stream and resuming tomorrow, and then implementing the saving and loading, and then the whole feature I think will be done. Should be, yeah, that should be it. So where is it here? Dispenser config entity. Where's our integrations? Got stores. It's gonna be, okay, hold on. Let's go. Let's see where this is inherited from. Where is that? That's in services. So yeah, that's where ours goes. Our new one goes here. Public class. This is going to be our dispenser, persistence, service. You know, like, it's not probably pointless to even have I misnamed it again. Persistence, yes. Move that to its own file. I think this is where we're up to. This might be where I wrap it for today, guys, because I don't know. I do want to keep going a little longer. Maybe implement this one thing and then call it a night. What's the time and what do I have to do in the morning? Let me just check out what's up. Yeah. I should look at wrapping it. I've got gym in the morning. And as great as this stream has been, it really has been a good one. Nah, look, we're so close. Let's just push through. Let's push through. We can do it. Alright. So let's see. Decisions, yeah. But no later than 2. No later than 2. That's my hard out. Let's see, this alert here, that takes up a lot of screen space even when it fails. So we're gonna turn that off for a moment. I'm gonna get this thing running again. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, no, actually this is legit. We need to, in our service installers. So that's in our presentation layer, in our installers, service installers, we need our new persistent service. So this is going to be our dispenser. You know what? I don't like that this is like config. It can do other persistence here eventually too. Parameter with the same name exists? What are you on about? Dispenser, persistent service. Excellent. Okay, must be convertible to dispenser persistent service. I believe it is. No, it's not. I didn't change that name. So that's a silly thing on my part to have done. Implement that. Here we go. Okay. So yeah, with this implemented, it'll be able to save and load. We'll find ourselves... Let's rerun it. Still errors. Ah, right. It's going to be sub persistent service. That goes there. This one gets its underscore. And then we have one more for the dispenser persistent service. There we go. Dispenser persistent service. Excellent. Okay. This should be cached. Otherwise, it's going to have an error later when it tries to use it. So, dispenser device. No. Alright, cool. And then where are we? This one, persistent service.load configuration. That's going to be our dispenser. Yep. Nice. Nice. Alright, excellent. Now we're getting somewhere. Quick run again. Alright, there we go. Ooh, what's it not like here? Okay, it's saying method not implemented. Which one? On after render. There are lots of not implemented methods in what we did, but which one would be causing this exception? Man, I hate when you're trying to... Okay. I don't want to include non-solution items. I probably want to do it in... No, it wouldn't be that. Lots of system logs. Oh, man. I think I need to do it in the solution, which means, yeah, it becomes really hard because now we're dealing with all the exceptions. Like all the non-implemented exceptions. Like this one's ours. No, like it's a bit related one. This is one really gross thing about Blazor and doing Blazor server, especially when you implement Fluxor as a state management, is like everything just comes out of this like store initialize on after render. And so we lose our entire stack trace. So usually I'd be able to like go directly to the exception by looking at the stack trace that called it. But now, because I don't have that stack trace, I kind of have to guess where this is. And I have to think through recent changes and like kind of be like, how recently did I create a not implemented exception? And then like try and like, kind of figure it out from there. One way I might be able to do this is just looking through my history, my Git history, and being like, which one of these maybe is not implemented? Is there anything in there? It's probably not this one. Oh, that's an issue. Caption entity. That's a bad namespace. Persistence. Yep, good. Not implemented. So we're looking for something not implemented in new code. No. There's a not implemented, but we removed it and did implement something. So wouldn't be there. I mean, it's worth double checking to be sure, but I'm pretty confident. Like, no, we did have this one throw, like, it happened to us earlier. Not this reducer. Maybe here. I mean, implementing bits, there's some not implemented stuff here, but I don't think that's going to be... I don't think that's going to be our culprit. because this happens as the result of clicking methods. Yeah, so we have to be handling clicks that there are no clicks happening at this point. It's just like trying to run at this point, so that wouldn't be a not implemented exception. Nothing there. Oh man, that's actually not good. That's like everything basically. So it's saying something's not implemented here, but nothing. There's actually nothing that isn't implemented. Let's have a quick look at the console. Maybe this can give us something. No, it's really saying the method is not implemented. Method or operation is not implemented. And it's not giving us a stack trace, which is very unhelpful. So one way we can like debug this now is just start stripping things back. We can start saying, all right, let's turn stuff off in the presentation layer. And then at the point at which it starts working, we'll narrow down exactly where the issue comes from. So here we are, dispenser config. Method not implemented. What if all of this got turned off? And then we rerun, and we should get a blank page and no exceptions. Is it running? Should be by now. Hey, what's going on with that? Oh man, it takes a real long time to rerun sometimes. I don't know why. I don't know why. I am looking forward to potentially being on a faster computer. God, you guys have no idea. If this thing that seems too good to be true is true, then I won't be waiting quite as long for this stuff. Not that it's a reason why I, like, honestly, sometimes it's good to operate on a slow computer because you learn to optimize really well, but, okay, the method, it's really just like, okay, it has nothing, what I'm learning is this has absolutely nothing to do with this presentation layer, so we can now focus our effort on something else. There's some weird tabbing going on there, you guys seeing that? There's like a space at the very left side of the that was weird. Now this can get tapped in one again. All right, fixed weird space, nice. Okay. Out of curiosity, do you have a head? Yeah, I do, Goldie. I have a MetaQuest 3 down here. How come? You got some recommendations? You got a thing for me to play? Okay, that could have some effects. Oh, I bet it's this. There it is. There it is. Yes, it's this. Guys, and that makes so much sense. It makes so much sense that this would be the thing that's throwing the exception. So, okay. First things first, if const, not int. Okay, this makes way more sense. So this is working perfectly, actually. So base directory, something like this we want. Base directory. Current directory. I actually don't like that. I'm going to clean that up in both places. No point going. I mean, is this used in more than one spot? No, it's not. This is silly. This is silly code. There we go. The other thing we can do here is if it exists. Oh no, that's fine actually. Yep. Okay, that can go. One less useless property. That can, we were illustrating a concept when we were calling this a traffic light. We don't need to do that. I think any programmer that reads this should understand what a semaphore is, so that's good. Now let's see where this is used. So that's on the right. Also on the read it should, yeah, here it is. So let's see. Man, I'm fully intending to just delete this entire persistence layer implementation and write something like, you know, I want to like put a database in here. I'd like to put in SQLite, and then like have just a folder for persistent stuff. In fact, let's make it right now. Persistent services can go in there. That's another one. I mean, look at that. Half of our services in this solution are persistence at this point. So like, yeah, at a point, like adding more and more of these is not going to be a good thing. So this is going to be our dispenser config. And I'm going to make this one a JSON file. I think that's going to be the really easy way to implement this. So, get file path. Dispenser persistent service needs load configuration. So, in load configuration, we can go if, yeah, this doesn't exist, then we're going to get return new dispenser configuration. Otherwise, we're going to, so we're just going to have like a file reader. Let's see, a stream reader. Yeah, probably a stream reader, or like, we can even just like read all text from our file path. So config text is going to be that. And then dispenser configuration, since it's going to be JSON, so we can just go dispenser config is going to be JSON.read, JSON convert, read dot deserialize object to a yeah, there we go. It did finish that for me in a way I was happy with. And now we can return this. What doesn't it like? Right. Actually, no, not right. So if it's null, we'll return default again. No, I don't ever want to be returning a null object from this. I always want to be returning like, yeah, something. So there we go. That should handle it. Ooh, you're looking at sending out keys, dude. I would definitely give it a shot. I haven't streamed a game here yet, but we're gonna need to do it for On Point really soon. So I'd love to do that, dude. I really would love to do that. Yeah, that sounds good, man. Hit me up with one. Even just like DM me on Discord with it. I really ought to be sending one back as well, Goldie. Your feedback would be very appreciated. Okay. So we've got our dispenser, we've got our reading. Now we need to do our writing. I mean, we can do our mutex here, but it's so unlikely this is going to be written. It's not going to be like chat or like sub events or even like written, like writing spoken word. It's going to be so unlikely this, but we should do it anyway. But let's just first implement it in the simplest possible way. So file path, if the file path, it doesn't matter if the file path exists. We're going to first just go, yep, dispenser config, and then we're going to write all, yep, perfect. That actually just completed for us with a couple of tabs. So that's a really nice and simple serialization system. So let's see where. That file name, this is going to be our chat messages file name. That's going to be our dispenser config. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Goldie. I just know how time consuming testing can be. I don't like to ask people to test until we've managed to weed out as many of the problems as we can before, you know, getting it out there. But super appreciate that, and I might take you up on it as well, Goldie. Okay, do that for everything in the folder because we moved a bunch of things into those services. Now let's see how many times that's used. All right, that's a flag there. That's a red flag. That should be file path plus our dispenser file. That should be in a path.combine too. Hold on. All right, it's already doing it. That's cool. That's cool. We don't need this. We don't need this. It's already being handled. It's always good to get an outside perspective wherever possible. Any and all feedback is super useful. Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right, Goldie. There's just like a line between... so you want to... Although that's true, there are certain tiers of feedback that have like value. Early in the process, I will go to things like Big Dev in Brisbane. That's a really good one. It's like a local community meetup of developers that get together. They're all pretty tech savvy. They've all made games before. They understand that like early games break. And those are the first users that we test with. Later on, we move up to things like conventions. So it was like GDC and then Gamescom and then eventually PAX. Where it was like we expanded the circle of users testing our games, and when we had enough feedback from them, we started putting out demos and getting like users in the wild to interact with it. And then only when we're at the point where it's like really like ready for release, that's the point at which I want to hit like my S tier feedback people about like all the little nuanced things that you know could be. The people who, like VR developers, for instance, the other customers we've collaborated with in the past who understand the industry very well, who understand their users very well, like you Because if you put those people at the beginning of the pipeline, at the beginning of that process, they might give you like the high quality feedback that you want to get from those people gets lost in the noise of all the things that you could have got from less valuable people. And when you value their time, like, you don't want to ask for like 5 or 6 rounds of feedback from someone. You just want to get the right person at the right stage of the process, if that makes any sense. So to me, a person like you would be one of those like late round feedback people. Okay, that seems good. That seems good. Sources are modified. What are you talking about? Okay, rerun this. Okay, here we go. Now I think we might actually have something. Saw something red here. Is that just from a... All right, cool. So if I... All right, there we go. Still an error. To be expected. When you code for a couple of hours and you haven't run it, it's almost... You're afraid when it doesn't have an exception. Dispenser background service. Line 106. What? He's saying, oh. Why would that be? Parse user units message. Parse user units message. That is this one. For sure. That seems like time for a breakpoint and a stack trace. That's going to help us instead of just like trying to blindly figure this out. I think, yeah, breakpoint, stack trace, work back. We'll find it that way. Gracefully insane. Nice. Nice name, dude. It's good to see you here. Nice comment too. I'm reading it. It sounds like you've got some experience. My favorite, when it doesn't have an exception, but it also doesn't do what you want. Yeah, man, I love compile time exceptions. Runtime exceptions are the worst. They can be, at least. Okay, so one of these is going to be invalid. That's totally valid. Interesting that it's 0, but that's not... Okay, null string. How did that get null? All right, came from here. Okay, actually that makes sense. This actually really makes 100% sense. So that comes from the fact that state is being loaded from disk with a new instance of this object, and that is a null string, not just an empty string. So what we can do to fix this is in our persistent service, right here, we've got that little bit that said if the file does not exist, not our chat message persistent service, this is now our dispenser persistent service. Ooh, too many files open. Dispenser persistent service. No, still not. Dispenser persistent service, yes. In here, I want something vanilla, I guess. For this one, it's going to be something like gifter gave subs bits to dispensing units. I think you followed me after I popped into Perry's chat some days ago. I do have some experience working in IT, but dev isn't what I do primarily. I mean, that's perfect, gracefully insane. Like, this is a fantastic place to learn if you're interested in that. So yeah, like I'm all the stuff that you can see like down here and up there, it's all broken because I'm in the process of like building all these tools around my stream as I go. Right now, the thing I'm doing is like hacking a pet feeder so that when somebody gives subs, it will spit out, food, which I think is a fun project. It's not even for me, it's for one of my roommates, Devalik, who's another streamer. I think you should see her name linked in my title. She's got a really great community of people, and might even be streaming right now, actually. But yeah, thank you, Goldie. Is she streaming? No. She wrapped her stream fairly recently. But yeah, she's a good time. She's a good time. And her community, like, you know, bullies her a little from time to time. And I think she bullies them back a bit, which is really fun. But yeah, in this case, I think it's going to be a fun thing for her to be able to do this with... So, okay, hold on. There we go. From, not gifter. From. And I need to put this on the UI. I need to be able to say, like, you can use these keywords as part of your... so we had units, bits, subs, and from. Units. All right. Cool. We'll make these smart defaults instead of what we had. So this, I think, should be 10. This should be 10. Sorry, 100. I don't know. Let's do it. Start it at 50. Units per sub is going to be 1. And then this is going to be more like 1,000. 100,000 for the maximum, and then, sorry, no, 50,000, and then units is going to be 100, and that's a similar-ish thing, but it's up to the I guess, yeah, you made a good point about this before. Yeah, 2 a.m. is def sleep time. Totally. It's my sleep time too, to be fair. So we're going to wrap this real soon. I hope that what we should be seeing now, if I go look here, we're going to get a new, I mean, it's not a CSV, but it should be a new file in the, like in the path of the application. Let's run it. So if it fails to, so there we go. Dispense is giving us an exception. That's probably what we want, but we want to see what this is now. Object is not set to an instance of an object. Still, we got an null ref. And that's probably because... It's probably because if I set this breakpoint, it's going to have the same thing as we saw before, I think. It's here, that load configuration is going to run. We're going to get a default object, and then one of the properties it's trying to read from is going to be null. So there we go. Here's our read. File path, dispenser.config. If the file does not exist, we're going to create a new instance of that. That's exactly what we want. And so now we have a config that has string here that's correct. If we dispatch this read action, then that's going to hit this action. It's going to have this effect, a read effect. Is it already hitting the breakpoint? Okay, hold on. Load configuration. That, yeah, that's going to be there. Then read dispenser, update dispenser should, yeah, this should get hit next, but it doesn't. Okay, no, that kind of makes sense actually. Read dispenser configuration, read dispenser config action should produce a result action after loading the config. there's load. These are both responding to the same thing, are they? No, this is update. That's the result action. Where is that getting called? That's probably it. Create, read, update, delete. So this is updating. There's the effects. That's going to save the configuration and call the update. I don't know if it actually needs to call this update, but that's besides the point right now. Where was our null ref? That's what I want to see. Message is still null. So yeah, okay. Dispense message is null, which means this, when it runs initially, state has not loaded. Okay, but that actually makes sense, right? Okay, so yeah, that actually makes sense because it hasn't loaded initially, but that means that this shouldn't be called yet. So then where's this being called from? If we know where this is being called from, then we can kind of like guard it. We can put safeguards around that. So these are the things that are called, and they're going to be called, yeah, from inside of the front end in that place where we render a preview of what's gonna get. Here it is. So this needs to be, we only do this if it's finished loading, right? State needs to initially have like a loading state. Where is it? Here, this state needs to be like bool is loading, public bool is loading, get, and then init, and then it needs to be, I mean, is it initially loading? It's not necessarily. Maybe we want something like has loaded, and that's going to be false. And then that means in our presentation layer, where we've got this in our config, if it has loaded, then we do all the rendering. Otherwise we just show a loading spinner, right? And we can probably put that like, yeah, we put that like right in here. And that way we don't render anything that we don't want. So if the state dot value dot has loaded this, otherwise everything gets loading spinner. Is that the right place? Nope. All the way down to there. There we go. And then one tabby in for use stuff. Good. Okay. Else. Mud. What was it? Mud loading. They've got a good little like loading thing here, but what was it called? They didn't call it something intuitive, unfortunately. What was it called? I'm not seeing it anywhere. Pop over. Skeleton. Skeleton is what they called it. Mud skeleton. It's yeah, mud skeleton. Bird is up. Did Bert wake at 2 a.m.? That's interesting. That doesn't seem like the kind of hour that Bert be awake. She's... Of what I know of Bert, that's very... un-Bertie. Okay, now it's loading. So now what we need to do... That's always going to be loading. This is going to be disabled is equal to if the state dot value dot. If it's not loaded. So it's disabled if it has not loaded. And then let's have another quick look at the skeleton thing. The skeleton. I guess we need a couple of them, right? I mean, it's cool what you can do with this, honestly. Okay. Let's not get too fancy with it and just keep moving. Yeah, no, that makes sense actually, Sergius. She's just surprising that she's an early riser like that. All right, we have hit 2 a.m. though, so time to wrap this up. If it has loaded, do this. Otherwise, do that other thing. Now the next thing what I just want to do, this is the last thing, then we're basically done. So this goes, has loaded is true here. We passed the hard out. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It is true, Goldie, but I think I'm on the last step of it, so I want to like see it run before I wrap the stream for myself, for my own sanity. Otherwise, I'll never sleep. I have all these like unfinished business kind of feelings going on in my head. I have a real problem with that. Okay. Interesting. Reduce read. That should have, like, that should 100% have hit. That here, this effect, this action. All right, all the breakpoints. See which one's not hitting. All right, that is hitting. Yep, this is loading. Let's go have a look at where this effect runs. Should be hitting a breakpoint here, but we're not. We've got an exception. All right, good, good, good. This is what we need. But wow, what the hell is that? Internal CLR error. Internal Common Language Runtime error? Whoa, what's that? That's different. Okay. Low configuration. Read all text. Yeah, this is a weird one. This is a really weird one. I should have copied that before I ran this. That seems fine. If it doesn't exist, do that. Yep. Okay. Okay, has loaded now, should be set to true. Oh, of course. Very simple mistake. This needs to because it's using state, it needs to inherit Fluxer component. That's, yep. Very simple and easy mistake to make, but also a very easy mistake to fix once you know it. Usually it's the first thing that happens when you go to a presentation component that you haven't seen and used before. Okay, run that. That can run. Has loaded is true. Boom. Okay, that is kind of cool, but where's my message? So, action config message. Yep, that means this message should, in theory, have come through on the UI. But we can find that out real quick. We can go into components, dispenser config, and then put our breakpoint on initialized. This one here. See what happens. Okay, one time it ran. This should be, yeah, it hasn't loaded, so that's fine. This time still hasn't loaded, that's fine. Now it has loaded runs. Okay. I see. I think I'm getting it. Yep. So what we need here is basically state dot value dot, but I shouldn't be binding to that. That's the thing. So on after render, I suppose this instead of on initialize, that's what happens here. So on after render. Yep, and now the rest of this logic can just go in there. That should do it now. Because then every time it renders, we'll update these values, and in theory, we'll be bound to the state. Yep, there we go. But also it won't let me change the state because after it renders, it'll update with the new state. But that's good. That's we're at a really, really strong point here. That's a good place to wrap it. I feel like I achieved all the stuff that I set out to today. That's really nice. I think the next thing to do will be to take it from here. And yeah, more or less it's done. It's more or less done except for writing configuration. No, I think I've even done that. If I hit save here, let's go have a look at our file, see if it exists. So there it is. Yep, dispenser.config with everything that we want. So gave, let's see, dev, hit Hit save. Did that actually propagate the save? No, I don't think we set that up. But there is also one other thing, and that's implementing bits. So that'll be next. That'll be tomorrow, or whenever I'm able to get back to the next stream. And I should have a stream schedule up soon, guys. That'll be another thing coming real soon. It's just a proper stream schedule. So that'll be awesome. So okay, let's go see who's online to raid. And who have we got? We've got. Ooh. Is Wolfie online? No. Unfortunately not. Is that just a person fishing? Who's this? Ending with Ali. When did we meet this person? Did we get raided once by her? I think we might have. I think we did. I think we got raided by her one time, and I'm inclined to return the favor. Let's see who else is here. So okay. Yeah. Jackie Codes was awesome. Ending with Ali did raid us though, so we're gonna raid her back. So here we go, guys. Ooh, Penny, are you linking the... Oh, yeah, totally. Thank you for sharing that. The other thing that was really cool is I edited another awesome video. Let me pull it up. Hold up. So here it goes. If I unlocked YouTube, which I'm pretty sure I did. This video on Fass's channel, not that one, but let's just go here to Fass's. So many messages. This one. Have you guys seen this video? Guess who edited this one? Isn't that the coolest? Isn't the rhythm sick? Just like it was Fass's idea, but I did the editing, so I feel kind of entitled to the awesomeness that happened as a result. It's, yeah, I'm starting to practice some editing, guys, because I really need to start making more YouTube content. So it's on its way. It's on its way. I'm going to start working on more of it. So yeah, I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. So let's do it. Let's finish this raid. So /raid ending with Ali. Thank you for hanging out, guys. Thank you for the great stream. I really, really enjoyed it. I'll have a great time finishing this off. It's not far off from being done in no time at all. Yo, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Hold on. Who was that? Who was that? Okay. Zach Gamer Boy, yo, thank you for following, man. I really appreciate it. We're not doing games today, but we'll be making games in no time at all. Just you wait. We'll be there soon. But yeah, thank you guys. Thanks so much. I had a great stream. We got a lot done. I'm looking forward to doing another stream soon, real soon. Finishing this off and then getting back to probably Fortnite maps for a little while. And also the swear jar. I want to finish the swear jar off and get that like done and like probably up on Fass's stream. That'll be sick. So thank you guys. Have a great night. Enjoy Ali's stream. I'm really happy I get to return her raid. So all right, have a great night, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys real soon. Bye-bye.